Hello, and welcome to this, our 151st live stream. 9 myths about spam. I can't help but laugh at that just on its own. Of course, this is a reference to our Monday video. 9 myths about Satan. Satan, spam, same thing. Of course, this is our weekly live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. We also want to remind everybody that registration is now open for our Egypt and the Bible tour. You can see the link in the description if you want to sign up for that. It will be very, very interesting and very exciting. We hope you can join us. And we're going to get into the questions. So with that said, let's get a start here. We're going to start off the night with 2 non-super chats. And then we got some unfinished business with Bonbon from last week. So let's start off with our 2 non-super chats. Oh, I forgot the rules. The rules. Can't forget the rules. Because there's been a change to the rules. Now we won't. Basically, the first 3 are the same as always. Super chats have priority. Put a Q and a colon in front of your question if you want to ask a non-super chat, because we do take non-super chats. Without that Q and the colon, it doesn't exist. We don't see it. Okay. Second is, the other rule is only post your question once. And if it has to do with something in the Bible or an ancient language, give us some context or a Bible verse. We ask that you put the book, chapter, and verse number so we know where to look it up. For an ancient language, what language do you think it's in, and what do you think it means? That just helps us narrow things down. We're also going to introduce a new rule tonight, which is any super chat that comes in after 11 p.m., we will exercise our prerogative whether or not to answer it. If we have time, we will. Otherwise, we will. That's sort of our hard cutoff for super chats. We will answer. Okay? So, this is because we've kind of become victims of our own success here. We've gotten so many super chats lately that it's just that's a weird trap. We'll still thank you. Okay? We'll still thank you for the super chat. We may even comment on the super chat. But we will just leave it to our prerogative whether or not we answer it at that point, just because last time we went, was it 5.5 hours last live stream? Yeah, I got a bit much. Okay. So we are not going to do that again. Okay. Because there's got to be a limit. There's just got to be a limit. And we don't normally, for those of you who have asked about this too, we aren't going to carry over unanswered super chats that come in after 11 to the next live stream, because otherwise we'd never get through a queue. So, that said, that's the new rule. Cutoff is 11 p.m. for our time, by the way. Our time. Don't pull this time zone stuff on us. Okay?
It's always 11 o'clock.
It's always 11 o'clock somewhere. No. Pacific time. Yeah. PST. Pacific Standard. I think it's Standard Time now. Yeah, it's Standard Time now. Or is it Daylight Time? I can't remember. It's Pacific Time. Pacific Time. Yeah. No super chat after 3 hours in the stream is guaranteed an answer, essentially. Okay? You can always ask, but we can leave it at our option at that point, whether or not we answer. Okay. Now this is also standard YouTube policy too, that nobody is ever guaranteed an answer to a super chat. Ever. And YouTube's very clear on this, that creators are not required to give you an answer to any super chat or even acknowledge a super chat. What a super chat does is raises your attention factor to the streamer. Okay, so that's what you're getting for the super chat. Now we give you more than what YouTube requires. So with that said, get to the questions. All right. Our first question here is from Deduza Dude, and he asks, could ancient gods like Osiris and Rama be based on real people who were deified after their lives? Old saying behind every myth is a kernel of truth, or do you think they were part of the divine council? I tend to lead more to the former than the latter. Now, this was a view that was very popular amongst the early church fathers, especially Tertullian. Tertullian mentions this, where somebody would die, and then he would become deified afterwards. So essentially that they were human to begin with. Now, I don't know in the case of Rama. Don't know anything about that myth at all. Osiris I'm a little more familiar with. And there does seem to be the idea that Osiris was somehow connected to the Egyptian king Jet. Because after the death and burial of Jet, his tomb became venerated as the tomb of Osiris at Abydos. So there is some indication there that an Egyptian king was venerated and became attached to the Osiris myth, whether that was through direct connection or just associating myth later on to the deceased king. So there is some merit to that idea. Now, there's also some merit to the divine council idea as well. However, I'm much less given to that view in respect to Egyptian religion. As I say, I can't say about other religions, but as it pertains to Egyptian religion, just because of the way Egyptian religion seems to have developed over time, it doesn't seem to lend itself easily to a divine council idea. And that's because there was this, how do I say this? A gradual development of the Egyptian pantheon. It wasn't something where it was populated early on as this mass polytheism. It really did start off as an animism that led to local worship of deities that were then anthropomorphized and then aggregated as the Egyptian state grew. That does seem to be antithetical to the whole divine council thing, where gods are sort of swapped in and out like Lego blocks. Okay? So I would be reticent to associate, say, Egyptian gods with the idea of a divine council. But at the same time, too, there does seem to be some merit to the idea that gods like Osiris were associated with Egyptian kings at some point. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. The second question is from Mobius. Hey, Mobius, how's it going? And he asks, what do you think the Mount Ebal cultic site adds to the verification of the Exodus story? Okay. With all setting aside all of associates for biblical research's nonsense, okay? Just focusing on Adam Zertel's reports and his documented finds. The site at Mount Ebal dates to Late Bronze 2 B, Early Iron Age 1. Okay? if that dating is correct, and there's no reason to doubt it, really. I mean, no real reason to doubt it. This would be consistent with the late conquest dating. Okay, so you'd have the late Exodus date followed by a late conquest date, and the Mount Ebal site would definitely add veracity to that. And I know there's been people who have tried to question Zertel's findings, but I don't see any good reason to doubt it. Those altar sites are not tower bases, like the critics of Zertel had mentioned. They are filled with animal ash. Okay? You get animal ash when you do burnt animal offerings. Okay? Or dispose of the ash in that way. You would never build a watchtower and put animal ash pile upon pile upon pile in the base of your tower. It just wouldn't be done. So I think there's really little doubt. And most archaeologists today, most Syro-Palestinian archaeologists today would concur that it's a cult site. Now, there's still many of those archaeologists who hold to an early Exodus date and have problems reconciling Mount Ebal cult site with that. But the cultic site itself is pretty securely dated. It's a very limited time span. It was only in use for about 100 years. Anytime you get a cult site that's really narrowly datable, it's so much better. It adds so much more to the evidentiary body than a site that's been around for a long time. And the Mount Ebal cult site was very briefly used. Basically, Late Bronze 2B, early Iron Age 1, and that was more or less. And there was 2 altars built, an early one and a late one there. So, one in the early half of that century, and the other in the square one in the second half of that century. So it's definitely a cultic site. It definitely dates to the time where we would expect it to be if Joshua had entered the land during a late Exodus conquest. So it does help. It's definitely a contributing piece of evidence. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, or the question. Very much appreciated. And it's a great question. It's an important site. And I just find it regrettable that ABR and Scott Stripling have muddied the waters with their nonsense. Because it is important. It's an important site. It's critical to the dating of the Israelite conquest. It's probably the hardest evidence we have of the Israelite incursion into Israel. Okay, so with that said, let's get to some unfinished business, which is we owe Bonbon 3 questions. These were sponsored by Jack Ray last week. When he sponsored them, Bonbon had either his questions dropped off, or he didn't post any. So we got 3 questions from him tonight, and we're going to answer them. Here. Okay, and the first one here. Yes, Bonbon win. BC says a Bonbon win. Yes, it is. Okay. His first question is, I recently converted my mom to Christianity. Praise the Lord for that. How do I fight back against the influence of Kabbalistic thinking and stuff like Gilgul, Ein Sof, etc. when they seem appealing? How to break out of it? Okay. The best way I think anyone can break out of this is become more familiar with your Bibles. I know the Bible, we read our Bibles and they seem so familiar to us that we think we're reading the same thing over and over again. We really aren't. Reading the Bible takes time and discipline. and it takes time to become, how do I say this? That we get so much of the Bible into us that our thinking becomes biblical. Okay? And that's what we want to become as Christians. We want to become people who are, I'll use this. I'll use this term, and the Muslims call us this: people of the book. Now, they kind of use that as a pejorative, but it's really flattering. We are people of the book. To know a counterfeit, you have to become really well versed in the real McCoy. Okay? Yeah, mechanic, Bible thinker. Exactly. So, this is what you want to do. Get into really knowing your Bible well. Yeah, we all delude ourselves into thinking we know the Bible well. Notice my words there. We delude ourselves. Most of us, present company included, don't know the Bible as well as we think we do. We delude ourselves. It's kind of a Dunning-Kruger thing. We think we're competent with the Bible because we've lived with it all our lives, and we haven't actually spent enough time into it to really understand it well. They do this with counterfeiters, okay? Or not counterfeiters, bank tellers. Bank tellers to detect counterfeit money. You know, how do they train bank tellers to detect counterfeit money? Well, there's a program that's run by the US federal government where basically bank tellers go to a vault and they spend weeks counting nothing but pure, absolutely legitimate money. No, not a single counterfeit bill. They just spend weeks and weeks and weeks handling real money without any counterfeits in the stack. What that does is that trains the teller to recognize a real bill by feel, by touch, so that when a counterfeit touches their fingers, they instantly recognize it. They instantly recognize it and can sort it out. And that's what we want to do with the Bible. We want to get so familiar with the Word of the God that when a counterfeit crosses our path, we recognize it instantly because it's not consistent with what we've been given in the Bible. Okay? So when we look at something like the Kabbalah, okay, we can recognize instantly that it's different. It's not consistent with biblical revelation. So we got to get to a state where we know the Bible that well. All right? So I hope that helps. That's the best way to break out of that thinking, is to get deeper and deeper and deeper into the Bible. And frankly, there's no end to how deep you can get in the Bible. There's no end. I'm still plumbing it for its depths. Okay? It's one of the things I was told was yeah. You know, people, it's one of those things, the Bible's one of those things that a child can read it and understand it. But at the same time, too, a scholar will continue to discover things in it through to the end of his life. As my producer pointed out here, J.I. Packer in his 90s was still discovering things about the Bible. And still excited about it, too. So there's no end to the depth that the Bible provides us. If you want to get deep, can go as deep as you want to with the Bible. It can go really, really deep. Yeah, BC, the Bible is bottomless. It is. It is bottomless. There's no end to the depth that you can go with the Bible. So there really isn't anything that Kabbalah, as much as some of its teachings might seem appealing, that the Bible hasn't covered and covered better. So, but that's what I would recommend is get into the Word of God. Really, really get into it. Old and New Testament. Yeah, don't forget the Old Testament just because you have the New, and don't neglect the New because you have the Old. Get into both. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Jack Ray, for sponsoring it. Okay, the second one here was this one here, I believe. And from Bonbon again is second of 3. In ancient Egyptian magic, did they have a concept of mana or some kind of limited energy supply of energy that they could use for magic? If so, how could they replenish it? Okay, a great question. It's an interesting question. The whole idea of mana actually comes out of Western magic, not Eastern magic. So, ancient Egypt did not have a concept of, say, mana or a limited energy supply to perform magical incantations and spells. Spells and incantations were part of sympathetic magic. So there was a never-ending supply of it should they want to continuously write spells, which they did. So it wasn't like they would ever run out, because the power of magic in say, Egyptian metaphysics didn't originate with the spell caster, but with the relationship of the object of magic, basically the foci, to the natural order. So in that respect, there was no limit to what a person could cast, as it were, as far as power goes. Now, with that said, the greater the spell, the less likely the Egyptians thought it would pan out. Okay? There was sort of a stochastic, a probabilistic thinking behind some of their magic system. So, there was no sense in Egyptian magic where you'd run out of power to do a spell, but your chance of a spell coming off was inversely proportional to how far it deviated from, say, the sympathetic natural order. Because most magic in Egypt was sympathetic, not disruptive. And what do we mean by that? Let's just tease that out a little more. The idea of sympathetic magic is when you do a magic spell, you work with nature to accomplish the natural effect of magic. Okay? So let me give you an example. You want to create a plague of frogs. In a sympathetic magical system, you would go out and you would hunt for 100 of the finest, most magnificent, most beautiful, the best specimens of frogs you find. The most ideal frogs that you can find in nature. Okay? And then you'd offer them up to say, the god of magic, and you would then get your plague of frogs. Okay? If the probabilities worked out. Because magic's never a guarantee, even in Egypt, never a guarantee. Now, a disruptive magic system would be a bit different, which is, in a disruptive magic system, you want a plague of frogs, you find the nastiest, most mutated frog you can. You know, the kind of frog with 8 legs, 3 eyes, and you basically then sacrifice it and cut it up and do nasty things to it to disrupt nature, to create the plague of frogs. Okay? So, the Egyptian magical system is more of a sympathetic magic system than it is a disruptive magic system. Whereas we kind of see in like Levantine magic, it's more disruptive than sympathetic. So that's how the Egyptian magic system worked. So no mana, no energy points for you D&D players out there. But you as long as you worked with nature, there was no limit to how many spells you could do, but your probability of all of them panning out isn't great. All right. So anyway, I hope that answered the question. Thank you very much for the question, and hope that helped. And the final one here is Bonbon asks, can you explain the Egyptian title Kekeret Nesut for women from the first intermediate period? Where does it come from? Why did it emerge? Okay, now the title Kekeret Nesut is a title that means something like the royal ornament. And it was a title applied to seemingly ladies in waiting that hung around the royal court, high status women. Now, we don't know where it came from exactly. We know it emerged in the first intermediate period. We don't know exactly why it emerged. And we don't know the circumstances under which it emerged. It doesn't seem to be extant in the Old Kingdom. And it does seem to fall out of favor in the New Kingdom. So it seems to be mostly restricted to the first intermediate period, Middle Kingdom. So that's where it sort of has its height as such. But we don't know why that title was ascribed. We don't know what the role of those women were. We just don't have enough information here to understand where it came from and even what it meant. The one title that does seem to supersede it, though, is the idea, is the title of citizeness, a woman who's a citizen. So there does seem to be that sort of transition later on. We don't know, as I say, we don't know exactly what the role of these women were, so it's really, really difficult to understand what the function of it was, where it came from, and why it emerged. So unfortunately, this is one of those areas where we just don't have much information. The only thing we really know is these were high status women. That's about all we know. And we know that because we've got some of their tombs. Okay. And the first intermediate period had a lot of high status tombs. So, but we just don't know enough from those tombs to figure out what these women were as far as their function in relation to the royal court. It does seem to be that they had some relation to the royal court, though, because of the Nesut. A Nesut means royal, by the way. Okay? A Kekeret is, it can mean ornament. It can also mean rushes and greenery. Okay? So it's a little ambiguous, like a lot of Egyptian words. But Nesut is royal. So, like, for example, Nesubiti, king of Upper and Lower Egypt. Okay? So this would be, say, the royal ornament. Right? So that is probably the best we know of here. As best we can answer this. We just don't have enough information to say much more than that. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, and those are your 3 questions. Okay. Let's get to the super chats now. Our first super chat of the night here comes from Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What music do you listen to, if any at all? Ooh, I have very eclectic tastes in music. Very eclectic tastes. I used to work in a music department at a department store, so I got to see a lot of interesting CDs that would come in every week. So that sort of cultivated in me a taste for music. And so, for example, while I do like popular music, I also like alternative music. I like soundtracks, love soundtracks. I have a particular affinity to anime music. I like movie soundtracks. Like Game of Thrones, Pirates of the Caribbean. Uh, the 1984 Dune has an excellent soundtrack. Was it the original Blade Runner has an excellent soundtrack. These are just fun. Blade Runner has a phenomenal soundtrack. Absolutely phenomenal soundtrack. The original 80s movie. Medieval Underground Liar. There was one medieval album I did like. It's called I think what's it called, the top hits of the Middle Ages or something like that. I wish I could get a copy of that again. Very, very. There was a song on there, "Derry Down Derry," which was really caught my ear. I used to, and I discovered this album when I was at the University of British Columbia as an undergrad. I used to go into their audio library and take records and just listen to them, just randomly. I like, but there's certain groups I like. Now, yeah, the old Dune has a really good soundtrack. Really good soundtrack. Let's see, what was audio here? I like alternative bands like Chiasm, um, Tangerine Dream. Love Tangerine Dream. Got all their albums. Big into Tangerine Dream. I like Evanescence. I like Metallica. I would listen to some international music like Joel and Psy. Um, Poets of the Fall. Excellent group. Excellent band. I also like a lot of new age music too. So like Sarah McLachlan. Um, what's another one from that genre? Um, I'm having a. What else was it? Epica is another one of those bands. There was one in particular that I really liked too. Um, Within Temptation. That's the one. Within Temptation. Another one of those bands that's just really good. So, I don't listen to a lot of Christian praise music, although I do listen to some. I like Whiteheart. Very much like oh Michael Card. So I have a very eclectic taste in music. Very eclectic taste. I like a lot of vocal trans. So, my tastes for music are all across the board. And I even like classical music, especially new opera. like Carmina Burana. Very much like Carmina Burana. Jack Ray Whiteheart Highlands album. Yes, that's a great album. That is an excellent album. Definitely one of their best. All right, so that's my taste in music. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that gave you into insight. We could go on. I could go music on all night. So, but we're not going to. Okay. Producer has put her foot down. Okay. So next super chat here from Vermin Trash Rat number for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. We also do like ethnic music too. Somebody asked about that. Like Otakan is one that I like. So it depends. All right. All right, so let's get back to the super chats here. Now they got me in the music trough. I can't get out. I was having fun. Well, I mean, I am very much an audiophile. So for me, I mean, as I say, very eclectic taste in music. I mean, I love the Kimagura Orange Road soundtracks. I mean, there's just okay. I'm getting the push from the producer. Okay. He asks, do you mean spam as in meat or Ron Wyatt fans? Well, I was meaning the meat. Okay. We're not gonna be making jerky out of Ron Wyatt fans, okay? We're not cannibals. Okay. Okay. Nickelback. Just a quick comment on Nickelback because there's a debate going on. I didn't mind Nickelback because they ripped off other good songs. Okay. All right, but back to the super chat here. Yes, I meant the meat, not the fans. Yes, they taste awful anyways. As Alexis points out here. Yeah, they would not taste good. Soylent Green. Yeah. Yeah, let's not. There's this. Couldn't believe there's an actual product called Soylent Green. Like, dudes, didn't you actually see the movie? It's made of people. All right. Next super chat here. Vermin the Trash right here for $2. Thank you. Thoughts on purity culture. What are its flaws? Okay. I think purity culture tried to do something good. Okay. You know, but I also think it was wrong-headed in some ways too. Okay. The fact is that purity culture tried to keep teenagers on the straight and narrow. Okay. You know, keep them away from drugs, premarital sex, alcohol, all inherently good things. Because these are things that can all ruin your life in various ways. Okay? So I think in one way it tried to keep kids on the straight and narrow by frightening them. And I think that was wrong-headed. Okay? I think what purity culture should have done is teach them the right uses of these things rather than make them forbidden fruit. Once you make something forbidden fruit, basically telling only the bad and none of the good, you basically make something. You make something. How do I say this? Attractive. You make it attractive by making it forbidden. So it basically say, sex is wrong. Basically say sex is a good thing. It's a very, very good thing. It's a really good thing. But it's good within marriage. Okay? It's good within marriage. Within the marital covenant, sex is absolutely pure, holy, and good. It's a sacrament. Okay? In fact, the one thing the devil wants you to do is have sex outside of marriage and no sex within marriage. He wants to invert that order. So by teaching kids only the about the irresponsible things and saying no, don't do that, they make it totally attractive, and basically kids are going to rebel because they want to test things, test the limits, and they're going to do them. One of the things, to be honest, one of the greatest preventive measures of, say, kids getting into alcohol is being raised in the home with responsible alcohol use. And this is why you don't find as many alcoholics amongst German families, because it's just part of the culture. It's part of yeah, if you were raised in a German household, you were raised with wine or beer at dinner. Cervantes, dad, no dating Egyptologist. Daughter, oh my, they must be exciting.
Look at all ones.
Hey, Indiana Jones, he was in Egypt. He was an Egyptologist, right?
He was forbidden.
He was forbidden fruit. Yeah, so that's what I would say overall, is that purity culture went off the rails because it only told the bad, not the good. So that's the flaws. Look, it was good in the respect that it wanted to, the intent was to save people heartache. Okay? These things ruin your lives if abused. I had a friend in high school who got a little too close to his girlfriend and had to marry her. And it changed his life because of it. So, these things can ruin your life if they are abused. You'll save yourself a lot of heartache by not going down those roads. But you can't just take something away without giving something back. And rather than say no, say not yet. That's more responsible. Say, yeah. Practice being faithful to your future partner. Practice temperance when you drink. Don't just say no alcohol at all. Of course, now in some states it is illegal for minors to drink, and you should still respect the local laws. But where it is legal, it should be one of those things that the mystique should be taken out of. Take the mystique out of it, and you take away the temptation as well. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from No Name, who asks a member question. He asked, why did Egyptians see no problem with being buried in other states if they could only reach the afterlife if they got buried in Egyptian land in New Kingdom? That latter statement is not true. They did not... An Egyptian person did not have to be buried in Egyptian soil to meet the afterlife. That wasn't something that they taught in ancient Egypt. Okay? They had no problems being buried in other states because all lands were part of the Tawi, okay, or the Ta'u, okay. In Egyptian physical geography, you have Ta, which is the land, Tawi, the two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt, and the Ta'u, all the earth. Okay. Basically, they only had to be buried in the Ta'u, not the Tawi. So, if some Egypt went on campaign, died in the Levant, and was buried in the Levant, that did not affect his afterlife in any particular negative way. Now, it would be problematic if he had prepared a funeral at, a proper tomb at home and couldn't make it back. Okay, that could be a problem. Okay. No, Jack Ray, you didn't hear Tari. Tawi. Or Ta'u. Yeah, I like Jack Ray's version better, but yeah, SG1 version of Egypt is more interesting probably, but hey. Okay. So, yeah, so we do find Egyptian burials in Canaan. A lot of them were these basically clay sarcophagi that are roughly done in anthropoid form. So we do know that if you were sent to one of the garrison towns and died at a garrison town, you would be given a proper Egyptian burial in a garrison at the garrison town. So that didn't affect your afterlife much, per se. Although you would not have had probably the same sort of trappings to a burial that you would have had in Egypt itself. So it's more of a matter, it's going to affect your standard of your afterlife, but not necessarily prevent you from reaching the afterlife. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for that question, but it really wasn't a problem for the ancient Egyptians. And next one here is from Dean Salzar for $1. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, probably my last super chat in a while. Okay. So are nature spirits that aren't demonic inherently false? Related, can we celebrate and praise nature, God's creation? It's breathtaking and beautiful. Okay. Celebrate, yes. Praise, no. Praise belongs to God. Nature's not a person. So while you can celebrate nature, you wouldn't praise it. Okay? So, it's not a personification as such. Now, your previous question, are nature spirits that aren't demonic inherently false? If they aren't they're basically going to be on one of two sides. They're going to be either on the side of God or in rebellion against God. Okay. A nature spirit that is not in rebellion against God isn't going to draw attention to itself. It isn't going to desire praise. It isn't going to want to be celebrated. It's going to direct the focus back to God. So, There is a possibility that there are nature spirits. That is a possibility. We don't know exactly basically the fauna of the spirit world. Okay? So it is possible that nature spirits could exist. We do know that when God did the divine council, it was with an eye towards basically the spirits filling in the vacuum that would be left by, say, chaos monsters being defeated. A chaos monster would be defeated, and the spirit would fill its place as a placeholder to govern that domain. So that was the role of the divine council, was as governance. So a nature spirit could act in that role, where a chaos monster was defeated and a nature spirit could fill that role as governance. Okay? Now, whether or not that nature spirit is for or against God will depend largely on how it aligns itself. But if it aligns itself towards God, you wouldn't want to celebrate or worship it. You would want to give that praise directly to God, because all praise goes to God. So, any spirit that's against God may want praise for itself, in which case you should deny it. Well, he adds, I meant, would it be tied to nature or be separate? It would be a governance placeholder. It would be separate from nature. So it would not, in that sense, the Christian metaphysics of nature versus, say, the spiritual basically holds that a nature spirit would be, say, a governing authority over an aspect, but it wouldn't be, say, tied to directly. So, for example, let's just give a really terrible example here. Let's say you have a spirit of the mountain. I'm not saying such a spirit exists, okay? Because that'd be weird. Okay, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say that of this certain one mountain, there's a governing spirit. Okay? It wouldn't be part of the mountain itself. It would just be governing the actions that take place on the mountain. And in that case, if it was aligned with God, it would be working towards, say, the glorification of God. Whereas if it was working against God, it would be working towards the glorification of itself or away from God. Yeah. The problem with Eastern religions, as far as their concept of nature spirits, and this should be added, and my producer reminded me here, a lot of these ideas of nature spirits are drawing worship unto themselves. So this would be against God. So that concept would not be compatible with, say, a more Christian view of the divine council, principalities, and powers. And this is what we'd be talking about here: the whole aspect of principalities and powers and high places. Okay, so yeah, it's gotcha. So we can't honor any spirit that isn't God either, or appreciate it, so to speak. That is correct. That's correct. You can't do that. You do that, you're taking the glory away from God. And any spirit that is aligned with God will always point the glory back to God. As in, we can't thank the spirits of the land. Yep, that's exactly correct. Because if that was a spirit that was aligned with God, he would want you to give God the glory anyway. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from Gregorius Magnus for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Is Mark 2:26 wrong when Jesus says Abiathar was high priest when David ate the shewbread? Could Abiathar have been described as high priest even though it was his father that actually held office? Great question. Pull up our Bible here. We'll talk about Abiathar. Okay. Let's go to Mark. Chapter 2. 26. All right. And we'll start with verse 25 here, just for a little context. And he said to them, have you never read what David did when he was in need and became hungry, he and his companions? How he entered the house of God in the time of Abiathar the high priest and ate the consecrated bread, which is not lawful for anyone to eat except the priests. And he gave it also to those who were with him. Okay. Now, let's add a little context here, because that'll help us to answer the question. Abiathar was the last of the priests that survived Saul's massacre at Nob. Okay? He was not a high priest at the time. He basically takes the high priest vestments and runs with them. At that point, he takes them from the tabernacle and he runs and escapes Saul's wrath when all his brothers and relatives and his father were killed. Okay? So, Abiathar was the sole survivor, and he joins David's men, essentially. Okay? So, when David ate the shewbread as he flees Saul, Abiathar is not high priest at the time. Okay? So, what do we make of this passage then? I think the best explanation for this is an honorific how do I say this? Retrojection. It's an honorific retrojection. Here's the when we do this too. This is a common turn of phrase. I'll give you an example of one I've heard sometimes. Queen Elizabeth II in World War II worked in the as an automotive mechanic. Okay. So that's the phrase. Queen Elizabeth II during World War II worked as an automotive mechanic. Well, during World War II, Queen Elizabeth II wasn't Queen Elizabeth. She was Princess Elizabeth. But we know her as Queen Elizabeth. So we retroject her honor basically back through her life. Okay? This is a rhetorical or a literary device. This is a literary device. So in the case of somebody who's high priest, they would be identified as a high priest to basically separate themselves from any other Abiathar. So this is the writer just making sure the reader understands who is being talked about because of his highest title that he held. We see this in other cases too. For example, we have some Egyptian texts that do this as well, where a king is basically goes out on campaign as a prince, but he's still in the historical stele. He's called King such and such, like King Taharka. Yeah. Makani puts it this way. No one is born queen, but every queen is born. Yeah. Yeah. But we honor the fact that that person was clean. So when we refer to them as a historical figure, we talk about them in their honorific form. That's a literary device. So what we have here in Mark 2:26 is a literary device. It's not a mistake. It's not a it's not that they didn't know that Abiathar wasn't high priest at the time. It's a literary device. It's a literary device used to identify the person so that the audience understands it. And that's all it is. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for this super chat. Very much appreciate. What do you add here? He adds a comment here. In the Greek, high priest is a predicate to Abiathar, not in a positive. So it's not in the time of Abiathar the high priest, but more like in the time of Abiathar being high priest, I think. Yeah, that's probably more of the question. Let's see here. Let's just quick look at the grammar. Quick look at you. Oh, it's one of those genitives. Great. Yeah. Yeah, that the exegesis of that can get real tricky. There's a lot of options here that it could be rendered as because it's a genitive. One of the things they do teach you in advanced Greek is there's just two nasty constructs you got to be aware of: the genitive and the participle. Here, high priest is in the genitive, so you do have, say, genitives of identity, like Abiathar, who was high priest, okay, or who is a high priest. You know, so there is an identity there. It's just it can get real complicated real fast. So, but I think the explanation that this is a honorific retrojection is the best explanation of the text. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, the next super chat here is this one. Scholar with a sword for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, when would the Exodus have taken place during Ramses II's reign? Would he have not tried to kill them, especially when the conquest began? Okay. Take the first question here, which is, it would have taken place around the 25th regnal year, plus or minus 7 years. We don't have an exact date, but sometime around then. That corresponds to the death of his firstborn son, Crown Prince Amenhotep Kopshef. We know that Amenhotep Kopshef was still alive in the 18th regnal year, but was no longer alive around the 32nd regnal year. So there's some wiggle room there, but it's going to be around 1265 BC, or Ramses II's 25th regnal year. Okay. The second question, would he have not tried to kill them, especially when the conquest began? Okay. At that point, he would have been down 2/3 of his chariot corps. Okay? He's not going to start chasing them across the Sinai. Because nobody wants to go across the Sinai. That's hard row. His chariots had been reduced to 1/3 their capacity. Of the 4 armies that the Egyptians had, 3 of them had chariots, and an army in Egypt was about 2,000 men. And typically, they were divided half and half, chariots and infantry. So half of those were chariots, half of those were infantry, and two of the armies were stationed in the eastern delta. One was stationed in the west. The fourth army was all infantry. So under Ramses II, there was about 3,000 chariots. 2,000 of those would have been destroyed at the Steve Reeds. So at that point, he would have had to spread the remaining chariots across Egypt. So that's awfully thin to go chasing after a bunch of people across the Sinai. So yeah, that's not going to be, you're not going to be going after a whole group of people where you don't even know where they are from day to day across the Sinai with that. So when it comes to conquest, the Israelites are actually going to cross the fords of the Heshbon, which is above say the Jordan River, north of the Jordan River. Okay, so they're crossing up there. So that's a long way to trek to go after someone who's doing an incursion into the Judean foothills. Now, the incursion into the Judean foothills is going to be very, very tricky for Ramses. Ramses at that point had already allowed incursions in the coastal plain. So, as far as Ramses was concerned, there was really very little reason to, and frankly, this is at the very end of his reign. When that conquest begins around 1222 BC, Ramses is in his last year of reigning. He's probably got real health problems at this point. I mean, he's in his 90s. The last thing he wants to do is get in a chariot or even send somebody out to deal with some disturbance in the Judean foothills. He's long past caring about this stuff. Yeah, as far as Ramses is going, he's reigned another 40 years. He's either long forgotten about them or presume that they died somewhere in the Sinai wilderness. By the time a report would get back to him from the Judean foothills, he's probably dead. So I think that it wasn't a practical thing for him to go after, especially when you're dead. dead. Osiris dead. Yes, he's not coming back. So it really is. It really was the timing of that conquest that where it intersects with the reigns of say both Ramses II, Merneptah, and the conquest that sort of allowed that conquest to go off without a hitch, more or less. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, 1263 is the approximate date, 25th regnal year. And by the time the conquest occurred, basically Ramses is at the end of his reign and end of his life. So it's just not he's not going to care about some disturbance in the Judean foothills. Too far away, too boring, not interesting enough. If he would even cared at that point at all with his failing health. All right, so thank you much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right, here to the top here to off. back up to the top here. Okay, here we are. Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is a guilty pleasure of thine? A day off. I do not get very many days off. Most people do not understand how much work it is to run a YouTube channel. Boy. Because here's the thing. If you take a day off, that's a video that's not being filmed, a script that's not being written, a short that's not being created. Thumbnail goes up late. It's a full-time job. People look at YouTube and go, oh, it's so easy just to get up there and talk. No, it's not. It's a lot of planning. Yeah. Yeah. We have a high content channel. We make sure that we pack everything we do with content. And we sculpt this. Okay? Like, for example, our Monday videos we always do a target of 10 to 20 minutes. We make sure we don't go beyond 20 minutes. We try to make sure we go at least 10 minutes. That takes time to sculpt a script to meet those requirements. So, I would love a day off. I'd love a week off. I'm not getting it. But sometimes, you just have to take a day off. Just for your own health and sanity. So, but when I do take a day off, it feels like a guilty pleasure. Oh boy. So, that's my guilty pleasure, taking a day off. And I don't get one very often. Okay. Next one here from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. General thoughts on Edgar Allan Poe, if any? Great writer. Had some mental health issues. But excellent writer. Excellent writer. Yeah, so I would basically say here that he's a great writer. Pit and the Pendulum was an excellent story. I like him as a writer, but strange guy. Strange death. Very strange death. So anyway, that's my thoughts on him. I don't have a lot to say on him though, but did like his writing. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helped. Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you again. Thoughts on Jean-Paul Sartre and Ernest Hemingway? Both of them are good writers. Again, they're both good writers. I don't really care for... Sartre was a strange guy anyway. He wrote short stories and novels. I had one of his novels. I don't remember it that well, but I had one of them. He was an atheist most of his life. The last 4 to 6 weeks of his life, he became a Christian. There was actually a series of articles in the New Yorker about his coming to faith, which was very interesting. A very interesting look at the man in his last days. And it was a student that just sort of met him in Paris that, started talking to him and, got to know him and shared Christ with him. And, Sartre became a Christian out of this. So, followers of the shepherd, no, Poe did not become a Christian. Sartre did. Okay. But he was a talented writer. He was a talented writer. Um, Again, most of his work reflects an atheistic worldview and a existentialist worldview, which is not inherently atheist in and of itself, but a lot of existentialists happen to be atheists. Now, Ernest Hemingway, another atheist, again, another talented writer. I'll say this about Hemingway. I was not so taken with him as a young person, but I'm growing to appreciate his writing style a lot more. His writing style is very terse, almost staccato in its tone. As I say, I'm starting to really appreciate Hemingway's writing style. One of the things about Hemingway's writing style is there's a lot that's left unsaid that I think a lot of authors could benefit from. You know, he infers a lot in his text, and getting that tone as a writer takes skill, a lot of skill. So I'm developing quite an appreciation for Hemingway's skill as a writer. Don't always care about it. Like his Old Man and the Sea. I've come to really appreciate that book. I think it's a well-written story. It was just one of those stories that's just, you know, you could really feel the angst in it. He had a way of emotive writing, where he didn't talk about emotions. You know, he didn't talk about how the old man felt, but you saw how the man felt. It's a very skilled method of writing. Very skilled. So I think he's one of those. He's probably one of the most talented writers of his age, which is the early 20th century. So, or mid 20th century. A great writer. Can't say much about him personally, though. I don't care for him personally, but his writing style is excellent. And as I say, I'm getting to be more appreciative of it the older I get. So that's my thought on those two writers. Thank you. Okay. Lovecraft and Dostoevsky. See here. Mechanique says, at work they want me to write like Hemingway when describing software, but my influences in reading are not similar by and large. Well, thoughts on Dostoevsky. Great moral. Dostoevsky had a flair for, say, moral controversy. You know, moral dilemma. Moral dilemma. That's what I'm looking for. Not controversy, dilemma. Dostoevsky could set out a dilemma, a moral dilemma, like few writers could. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Russian literature. I'll be very straight up about it. It's not a thing I care for. I could not get into Tolstoy either. I tried to read Anna Karenina and just couldn't get past it. I'll even say the same thing about Dr. Zhivago. I couldn't get into it, really. Russian literature is its own thing. But I will say that Dostoevsky is probably in my opinion, one of the better of the Russian writers. One of the more accessible, anyway. So I wouldn't say it's not something I would read for pleasure, but it's one of the, as I say, one of the better reads. Okay. Let's get back to the super chats here. Oh, we got some Lovecraft I saw. I have talked about Lovecraft before. My thoughts on Lovecraft is he's a great writer. Call of Cthulhu is basically what he's best known for. Yeah, Gaius Octavius asks some thoughts on Lovecraft. I like Lovecraft. I like his story writing style. One of the things that Lovecraft was really good at was creating atmosphere. He even did a short essay on writing, on the art of writing. So, and Lovecraft basically said the one thing you want to focus on as a writer, and a writer of fantastic fiction, as he would call it, is creating a mood and an atmosphere. If your writing creates a mood and an atmosphere, you've won half the battle of fantastic writing. After that, you've got anything else you've got after that is just sort of gravy. So Lovecraft really was focused on that atmospheric writing. And that was just the monster and the plot was really almost secondary to the atmosphere he created. So anyway, that's my thoughts on Lovecraft. Like his work. Okay. Let's get back to super chats here. Okay, here we go. Burn the trash bag for $2. May you provide commentary for Romans 7:14 to 25. That's a big passage. And he does note here, you don't have to read all of it, by the way. Okay, but you know, if you're going to do a commentary on this, you pretty much have to read it. So, that's kind of a how you can't really do one without the other. So, Romans chapter 7, 14. Now, we'll just probably take just a little piece of this. Okay, we'll start at 14 here. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am of flesh, sold into bondage to sin. Now, that's going to be sort of the start of the whole pericope here. That one is sold into sin, is in bondage to sin, sorry. Not sold into sin, but is bondage to sin. The law is spiritual, but we are flesh, and we are enslaved to sin. And verse 15 just continues that theme of being in bondage to sin. You know, and he says, you know, for which I am doing, I do not understand, for I'm not practicing what I would like to do, but I'm doing the very thing I hate. He hates to sin, but he can't help it. That's what being in bondage to sin is. You do it even though you don't want to do it. Verse 16, but the very thing I do not wish to do, I agree with the law. So he's in agreement with the law, confessing that it is good. So he's agreeing that the law is still good. Verse 17, so no longer am I the one doing it, but the sin that indwells within me. So as being in bondage to sin, even though you agree that the law is good and that you don't want to sin, your sin nature inside of you compels you to keep breaking the law. So That's really going to be the thrust of Romans 7:14 to 25. And he keeps going. Verse 18. For I know that nothing good dwells in me, that is, in my flesh, for the wishing is present in me, but the doing of good is not. So even though he desires to do good, he can't. He's unable to. He's in bondage to sin. Verse 19. For the good that I wish, I do not do, but I practice the very evil I do not wish. So here we have that constant struggle here between the desire to keep the law and the inability to do so. Verse 20. But if I am doing the very thing I do not wish, I am no longer the one doing it, but the sin that dwells within me. I find then the principle that evil is present in me, the one who wishes to do good. For I joyfully concur with the law of God in the inner man. But I see a different law in my members of my body, waging war against the law of my mind and making me a prisoner of the law of sin, which is my members. Wretched man I am, who will set me free from the body of this death? Because the law is good and spiritual and righteous, sin has taken over and compels you to do good, or tells you to do sin and evil, and you have no choice in the matter as to, even if you want to do good, you can't do good. Your flesh has condemned you to the wages of sin, which is death. And then finally in verse 25, thanks be to God through Jesus Christ our Lord. So then, on the one hand, I myself with my mind am serving the law of God, but on the other hand, with my flesh, the law of sin. So it's basically he's going into that sort of dichotomy of the spirit versus the flesh. The idea that you've got a desire that seeks to do good, but sin dwells within us, so we cannot do good. So then it takes an external force then to come in and rescue us from our bondage. And that's going to be what happens in chapter. Well, yeah, there is some extent to being, we are in control of our emotions and our thoughts and all that, but even so, we are still in bondage to sin. We need help. We need a savior. We can't do it on our own. So, this is setting the stage for the fact that we cannot do it on our own. We need help from the outside. Help from being from that bondage to sin, which is through the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. But again, that's into chapter 8. So, Nailer, only 35 more live streams to go finish them all. Oh, great. Well, you know what? Who was this? Piper? Piper started at the beginning of his ministry, started preaching on Romans, and has never finished. And he says this. He says someday he's going to finish, even though he preaches on Romans every year. He's going to someday finish his preaching of Romans. Yeah. But that's one of the things. He just gets deeper and deeper into Romans, and he finds he can't progress through Romans because there's so much depth to it. And that's what you're dealing with Romans here, is there's a lot of depth to it. So you just aren't going to get to the end of a comprehensive teaching of Romans if you go down the rabbit hole here. So At best, you can do a cursory sort of commentary on Romans, but you're not going to get deep without it getting really, really thick. A Darrell Bock's commentary on Romans is absolutely massive. I mean, it's a huge book. It's a huge book, and for a reason. Really big book. Yeah, really good read, and a potential murder weapon. I mean, it's that big. I mean, it's a huge book. Okay, so that's sort of the 3-minute commentary on Romans 7:14-25, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one here. To honor Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. To honor Mobius's request, may you sing a song? Note, do not honor his request. I know you're not a performer. Well, to be honest, I'm more comfortable singing than I am with playing the guitar there. Should I? Okay. My producer says, no, don't sing.
You can't.
Ooh. Oh boy. All right, we're going to forgo the singing. I can sing, however. I just won't. All right. The next one here is from AT Ministry for $1.99.
Urban trash.
Vermin the Trash Right. Wait, now you have to do it. Okay. You asked for it. Yeah, now I can't hit the note. Thanks.
We'll celebrate. We hit.
BC, sing to celebrate 100K. We'll see. Jack Ray, please, no. No singing.
Come on, project.
Please, no. I think Jack Ray just ruined it for you guys. Jack Ray, do not ruin it for the rest of us. Now I've got music going through my head, so
Yeah.
yeah, we gotta get back to the super chats here because we don't want to be here till 2 a.m. Okay. He almost got a song out of me. Almost. Okay. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. This is, Lord willing, your last weekly reminder. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna have to do that playthrough, aren't I? Assassin's Creed Origins. Well, we'll honor it. We'll still honor it. But it better be the full amount, and it better be to my PayPal account. All right? Okay. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, gonna watch Testament Story of Moses? I might. I hadn't heard of it actually till you brought it up. So I might watch it If it's, we'll see. But I am not familiar with it. Okay, so thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for 199, and he asks, can you explain the Torah being Moses' memoirs? Oh, absolutely. Okay. It boils down to the whole idea of a day roll sort of concept of manuscript production and preparation. Now, what do we mean by a day roll? We mean that every day a person writes about the daily events that happen. Okay? And this is a style of Egyptian writing that was used a lot in the Egyptian court, where they would basically say, day such and such. This happened, that happened, etc. And then they would go the next day. And slowly over time, a scroll would be written and built up of these events that happened day after day. Okay? So what we have, I think, with the Torah is essentially Moses writing these sort of small pieces of writing. Basically as sort of one-off of manuscripts of what happened from day to day. And he did it through the entire journey in the wilderness. So over that entire 40-year period. BC, Moses, Captain's Blog, day 2011. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So what you end up with is a stack of papers. A stack of papers. And once you have those stack of papers, it then becomes incumbent upon an editor to sew them all together to create a cohesive book. So I think that's what we have with the Torah, is we have this stack of Moses' papers that were given to Joshua, who then, gave it to a scribe to turn it into a book, in book form. So we see this, for example, like in the book of Numbers. It's frequently, you'll see, this is what Moses, like at the beginning of a chapter, this is what Moses said to the people. And then it goes into what Moses said. That's clearly where we have, say, a speech of Moses or a pericope of what happened, and some editors come along and add a little text to introduce it so you understand what's going on. So that's what we mean by the Torah is essentially Moses' memoirs. He's basically taken a bunch of, done a bunch of writings, and that have been then sort of edited into that 5-book collection we know as the Torah. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Numbers 4, 5, 6. Why was it bad to remove the poles? Because the Israelites were told not to do it. And where we go, let's first bring up the original passage here mentioned, which was Numbers chapter 4, 5 to 6. When the camp sets out, Aaron and his sons shall go in, and they shall take down the veil of the screen and cover the ark of the testimony with it. They shall lay a covering of porpoise skin on, and shall spread it over a cloth of pure blue, and shall insert its poles. Now you go to Exodus 25, I think it is. Okay. Which is verse 15. This is talking about the construction of the Ark of the Covenant. Exodus 25, we'll start at verse 14. Or 13. And you shall make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. and you shall put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry the ark with them. The poles shall remain in the rings of the ark. They shall not be removed from it. Okay? So, this is why we don't... This is why it was bad. It was bad because it was forbidden. We don't know exactly the reason why it was forbidden, but it was forbidden. Possibly there's a ritual purity reason. We're not exactly sure. But the fact it had been removed in Numbers 4 was really not a good thing. It was not a good thing. And it was one of the reasons why Aaron's sons was struck down. So, we don't exactly know the reason why it was forbidden, but it was, according to Exodus 25, verse 15. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99 asks, thank you for the super chat. He asks, how could Jephthah have gotten out of the vow? There is actually a provision in the Torah for a precipitous vow, a hasty vow. And let me see. Find it here. There it is. Leviticus 27. Open the Bible here. Okay. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when a man makes a difficult vow. Okay. Difficult here means extraordinary. It can be hasty, precipitous, extreme. Another way to translate this would be an extreme vow. He shall be valued according to the valuation of the persons belonging to the Lord. So, let's say you vowed to sacrifice a member of your family. This is your escape clause. Basically, you exchange money as a redemption for the person. Verse 3, if the valuation is of a male from 20 years to 60 years old, then your valuation shall be 50 shekels of silver after the shekel of the sanctuary. Or, if a female, then your valuation shall be 30 shekels. And if from 5 even to 20 years, then your valuation for a male shall be 20 shekels, and for a female, 10 shekels. Okay? 10 shekels would have been all it would have taken for Jephthah to get out of this vow, because his daughter was not married. 10 shekels. That's it. Yeah, that's all it would have taken for him to get out of this. It's 10 shekels. Yeah, that would have been his escape clause here, is Leviticus 27. So that's how he could have gotten out of that vow. He made a difficult, extreme vow. And this is how you get out of that. And it's a provision that was made because of the weakness of men. So he could have done this. This was his way out. And it was lawful to do this. Again, it's a way of atonement, but it was more important to God that people had that way out of these extreme vows. It's more... Gaius Octavius. Was he just super broke, or did he just care? It's more like he didn't know. We're told that Jephthah was the son of a harlot that had been driven out of his home. So he was probably not educated in the law. He was not taught. Yeah, he was also a bit of a fool. That is true. Warrior Most High says Jephthah was a fool. He was a fool too. Okay. Not as big a fool as Samson. Samson fits all the categories of fool. But Jephthah fits some of them. And part of that was the fact that he did not know much of anything. He was pig ignorant. Danny Dement says, that does align with his general ignorance in his letter. Oh, yeah. His fabulous ignorance of his letter. Yeah, very ignorant in his letter. Yeah. The Bible isn't errant, but the people in it are not. So, this is definitely his escape clause, Leviticus 27. And it would have just cost him, if he had known, and I suspect he didn't know, it would have cost him 10 shekels of silver. And that's it. Yeah. Yeah. We do see people, though, who are, equally ignorant, criticizing the Bible for condoning human sacrifice, when the Bible does have these clauses for people who do make these kind of vows. So, Okay. So that answers the question of how he could have gotten out of the vow. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries 199. What is an executive summary? It's something you learn about when you work in the corporate world for any length of time. An executive summary is essentially when you take something and you summarize it to one paragraph. Exactly. A short paragraph. Okay? That's an executive summary. It's a summary you give to executives who don't have the time to read a full report. I had heard tales of secretaries who were given, large documents and basically told by their bosses, reduce it to one paragraph. Read this thing, reduce it to one paragraph. The executive summary. Okay. So, that's an executive summary. It's reducing a whole concept down to a single short paragraph. Okay, so thank you for that question. Not really related to ancient Egypt and the Bible, but there it is. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How would Egyptians smack talk or diss others? Yo mama jokes? Also from last week's incest question, King Tut didn't have a cleft foot from being incest born. Well, we're not quite sure of. I mean, there was inbreeding there. There was some inbreeding. The exact nature of that inbreeding is not clear. We do know that we're not sure of who his mother was. His mother has been identified with one of the mummies that's been found in Kings Valley. But we don't know her name. We don't know who her name is. His father is likely to be Akhenaten. So that much has now been established by genetics. The mother and Akhenaten are very closely related. They're either half brothers or sisters, or more likely cousins. Okay. So there do seem to be both related um, relations to Amenhotep III. So, but at the same time, too, we do know that this clubfoot, it's really not clubfoot, it's clubfoot. It did run down the line. Okay, it did run down the line of say people who are related to that ancestry of Amenhotep III. We do see it occur later on too in some individuals. So it wasn't a condition that was exclusive to King Tut. So there does seem to be a genetic component to that. Now, how did Egyptians smack talk or diss others? They didn't usually insult your mother, but they would insult your competency or your merit. We do have, like for example, if they would praise you, they would call you a person of excellent fingers, a scribe of excellent fingers. Okay, that would be a compliment. A person of clumsy fingers is not a compliment. So they would basically trash talk you in that way, where basically they would use turns of phrases to trash talk you. In some ways, they would sometimes, if it in some say more pejorative instances, they would just call you an idiot. They did have, if they lacked imagination. If you weren't worthy of imagination, they'd just call you an idiot. So there is one ostraca from Deir el Medina, which was sent from the foreman of the work to the guys who were working on one of the tombs. And it's got a message to the workers, and basically says at the bottom, write your reply on the back and send it with the boy, because the boy is an idiot. So the boy wasn't trusted to communicate a message. Yeah, he wasn't trusted to remember a message correctly.
He didn't know what the person received.
Yeah, the boy was not a reliable messenger. Okay. Yeah, he could carry a message, and that was about it. You couldn't expect him to remember a message. Yeah. They would make fun of somebody's hairline. They would make fun of physical attributes. That was something that they would do. If you were losing a lot of hair, going bald, they would make fun of that. So, they yeah. So they had various ways of talking smack and dissing you. But usually they didn't attack family members. That was just usually not something they did. They would either attack your virility, attack your intelligence, your skill. That's the sort of things they would go after if they wanted to diss you. Yeah, it was a meritocracy. So, so it was just one of those things. Okay. Other things that they didn't do was they wouldn't diss you if you were left-handed, but if you were clumsy, oh yeah, they would totally rag on you if you're clumsy. Okay, so that's how they would diss you. There's a follow-up question by Mechanique here. I'll take. Mechany, what about the lice? Weren't they all bald? No, they weren't. They were. Shaving was something that was done by the upper classes. And they were bald. They would shave off all their hair on their heads in the upper classes. Lower classes, however, couldn't afford a razor. So if you couldn't afford a razor, you couldn't shave your head. And it was at that point where a receding hairline became visible. Okay? It wasn't visible in the upper classes, but in the lower classes, it was visible. So at that point, you would get, say, one farmer saying to another farmer, "Hey, Baldy, pick up the pace." We have some back and forth on this on some of the tomb drawings where peasants are shown. Harry's tomb springs to mind where you get those sort of comments like, "Hey, Baldy, pick it up. Get it going." So, and in those tombs, you can see them that the peasants have full hair because they couldn't afford razors. Okay. Angry bear noises. Yeah, those weren't children. Those were not children. Those were hoodlums. Those were young men. They were a gang. A vicious gang. Alrighty. Get back to the super chats here. Okay. Back to the super chats here. I'll take the next one here. 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know Numbers 12:3 was a scribal gloss? Numbers 12:3. Because it's self-aggrandizing. Okay. Numbers 12:3. Now Moses was very humble, more than any man who is on the face of the earth. Oh no, this is not suspicious as a scribal gloss. No, not in the slightest. We all talk about ourselves in the third person, in the most humblest of terms. Yes, well, I mean, yeah, we do know a few people who do this, but they're kind of caricatures all on their own. I mean, this is pandering speech, essentially. Now the man Moses. I mean, it's a weird turn of phrase. Anyway, the man Moses. Even if he's talking about himself in the third person, he wouldn't be talking about himself as the man. Yo, man. He's the man. Nobody talks like that about themselves, even in those who talk about themselves in third persons. Was very humble, more than any man who is on the face of the earth. That implies a theological reflection looking backwards. Okay, so it's pretty clear that this is a scribal gloss. No one talks like this about themselves. And it does imply a theological reflection that's looking backwards. If it's looking backwards, it's probably written after Moses' death. Otherwise, how would you know that there was nobody on the earth that was more humble than him? So it just screams scribal gloss. In fact, almost every expositor believes. This is a scribal gloss. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate, but that's how we know. Essentially, nobody talks that way. Even someone who talks about themselves in the third person doesn't talk that way. And it does imply a looking back in time to that point. All right, the next one here is from 18 Ministries from 199. How do you use tarot cards to teach the gospel? Okay. Let's talk a little bit about tarot, because there's a lot of misunderstandings about tarot. First of all, it's a deck of cards that originated in France around the 15th century. Contrary to what the myths that surround tarot, there's no evidence that they were used any earlier than the 15th century. Okay. The second thing is they do not appear to be originally used for the purpose of cartomancy. Cartomancy is the idea that you predict the future using a deck of cards. The third thing is the original decks of tarot were just the picture cards, the trump cards, not the number cards. Okay? So, the purpose, the trump cards of the older style decks or very much contain biblical imagery. Now, there's a new style. There's an old style of tarot cards. There's a new style too. The new style of cards tends to play down the biblical symbolism, but the old style cards have a lot of biblical symbols. Okay, and to teach how these were used originally was they were used in an order. They weren't. It wasn't random. They were kind of like laid out in an order. So they would start off with creation. There's a creation card. There's a garden card. An Adam and Eve card. A snake in the garden card. A forbidden fruit card. Sin and casting out card. You've got a Sodom and Gomorrah card. Then you've got a King David card. And then then you've got a Messiah the Prince card. Then you've got a Hanged Man card. That's the crucifixion. You got a Resurrection card. Then you've got a New Kingdom and a new Heaven and a New Earth card. So it's just basically you presented one card right after the other of the story of the arc of the Bible. And that's how it was originally designed to be. It was sort of it was 15th century PowerPoint, using these cards as a way to teach the gospel in 15th century France. BC, the Nephilim cards were oversized.
Interesting.
No, I don't think it's a Hebrew word. I don't know what the origin of the word is, but I think it could be a gypsy word. I'm not sure. It could be a Roma word. But I'm not sure what the etymology of tarot is. Okay? I don't believe it is Hebrew, though. Okay? But I don't know for sure. But that's generally what it is. It's a way of doing a kind of PowerPoint using just cards. And again, they're arranged in a certain order so that one event follows the other. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar. It's not something I know exactly. So, take your word on that. Back here to questions now. But the first indications that we have that it was used for cartomancy come about 2 centuries after the first decks appear. So it takes a little time for it to be misused in that way. But it does eventually happen. And it's once that happens that you start getting the number cards introduced, and then it's used as a divination tool. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for 199. Verdict on the Filioque. I don't think the Filioque is correct. But then again, I also don't believe that the doctrine of eternal generation is correct. So the question is, okay, the Filioque is a revised statement in the Nicene Creed, which says that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. Okay? The Filioque is the addition of and the Son. The original Nicene Creed just says that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. It is a statement that was introduced into the Nicene Creed in Roman Catholicism. It's been thoroughly rejected by Eastern Orthodoxy. Some of this comes down to different perspectives of the Trinity. For example, the Eastern Orthodox hold to the idea of the doctrine of eternal generation, which is the idea that the substance of the Son was spun off from the substance of the Father, and the substance of the Holy Spirit was also spun off from the substance of the Father. Whereas, say, in the West, Roman Catholicism is going to sort of walk back that idea of eternal generation and basically say that God was always Trinity, but the proceeds is not, say, spun off, as in spinning off of essence or substance, but as in sent out, as in apostolos, as in sending out from. So God sends out the Son from the triune Godhead, and the Father and the Son send out the Holy Spirit from the triune deity. Okay, so on one hand, the text does not affirm the sending out of the Son, or of the Spirit from the Father and the Son. At the same time, too, I don't hold to the doctrine of eternal generation. So I think as far as the Filioque goes, I would reject the Filioque. But at the same time, too, I would reject the reason that, say, Eastern Orthodoxy rejects the Filioque. I think Eastern Orthodoxy is correct, but not for that reason. Okay? Right doctrine, wrong reason. Okay? Jack Ray, Falk is going ortho, bro. Now we know. Yeah, in your dreams, buddy. Jack Ray, oh well, now we don't know. Okay. All right. So that's my verdict on the Filioque. Okay. Next one, AT Ministries, for 199. Why isn't Calvinism correct? Last week, question response. Okay. My views on Calvinism are, I'm a 3-point Calvinist. Okay, to be blunt. Yeah, okay, for those of you trying to guess my denomination, that doesn't help any. So you can pretty much eliminate Arminians, but that's about it. Because there's no way I could be an Arminian. But again, my opinion on Calvinism is you can't really claim to be a Calvinist until you start reading Calvin. You shouldn't be an Arminian until you read Arminius. You shouldn't be a Molinist until you read Molinus. Because I'll tell you what, Calvin was a lot more moderate than these new Calvinists that are, roaming around the landscape like dinosaurs. They're just, it's a different Calvinism. It's a completely different Calvinism. Yeah. So, it's just, so I do, there are things I think Calvin gets right. He gets it right. And, I would, hold to those, say, select amount of tenets that I think are correct. I think there's some of them that miss the mark or are misunderstood. And I think in those you can have that conversation as to what you think is the correct interpretation. But I think until you start reading Calvin, you really can't understand Calvinism for what it really was. Again, Calvin's view of this, the question is always, do these leaders reflect the theology that they're named after? Was Calvin a Calvinist? Well, sort of, but not in that way. Was Pelagius a Pelagianism? Or was Pelagius a Pelagian? Well, sort of, but not in that way. So, so you really have to you have to do sort of your due diligence here to really understand these views as they were expressed by their original authors. So, you're going to trash on Calvinism. Well, at least get it right first. Before you trash any view, you should understand it. Yeah. And understand from their perspective. Herman the Trash Rat. Dr. Folk is all the denominations at once. He's protopholic or cathrodoxidant, something like that. Well, that's a mouthful. That's at 10:19. Yeah, so again, I think Calvinism is within the pale of Christian orthodoxy. I don't have particularly negative views on it. I also think Arminianism is within the pale of Christian orthodoxy. I think they both are. Do I have my opinions on which one is more right than the other? Yeah, I do. I think that Calvinism is more correct than Arminianism. But that's because I have a particular problem with the whole idea of residual goodness. Arminianism cannot function without residual goodness. And that's, for me, a barrier that I just can't get past. I just can't get past that whole residual goodness thing. For me, that's a philosophical line in the sand I'm just not willing to cross. So, for me, I would say that Calvinism is more correct than its Arminian counterpart, but it's not completely correct either, at least not as expressed today. So anyway, that's my comment on this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. How should we understand 1 John 2:27? How should we understand 2 John 1:9-11? Those are that's actually a fairly complex question, but let's just take them one at a time here. How do we eat the elephant one piece at a time? All right. So 1 John chapter 2, verse 27. Okay. And we get here, as for you, the anointing which you received from him abides in you, and you have no need for anyone to teach you. But as his anointing teaches you about all things, and is true and is not a lie, and is just as it has taught you, you abide in him. Okay. This is essentially, this anointing is the idea, and it has parallels in other chapters too, of the received gospel. So here, anointing is used synonymous with the received gospel. So that's what John is meaning here by anointing. It's not a chrismation as such, but it is sort of the idea that chrismation is symbolizing the received gospel, and it's essentially saying that you don't require any further teaching of the gospel than what you've already received. A better gospel is not going to come along at a later date. This is the truth received once for all by the saints. So you don't have a need for people to teach you the fundamentals if you have received the gospel already. You've got it. So that's what's being implied here by 1 John 2:27. And as such, the received gospel is true, it's not a lie, and you don't have any cause to be taught another gospel by another teacher. A better gospel is not coming along. So that's what this is in a nutshell. Okay? So 2 John. 2 John 1, verses 9 to 11. And it reads, anyone who goes too far and does not abide, let's actually go back a bit here. Let's go to verse 7. And we'll start going through to 11. For many deceivers have gone out into the world, those who do not acknowledge Jesus Christ as coming in the flesh. This is the deceiver and the Antichrist. Okay, so he sets out in verse 7 that there are many deceivers that are going to teach that Christ wasn't human. He didn't come as a human being. Verse 8, watch yourselves, that you might not lose what we have accomplished, but that you may receive a full reward. There's a danger here if you follow a false doctrine. 9, anyone who goes too far and does not abide in the teaching of Christ does not have God. The one who abides in the teaching, he has both the Father and the Son. If anyone comes to you and does not bring this teaching, do not receive him into your house. Do not give him a greeting, for the one who gives him a greeting participates in his evil deeds. Okay. So, the idea here is that there are deceivers that have gone out in the world. And they are deceivers here that are denying that Christ came in the flesh. They're Docetists, they're Gnostics, they're a lot of other things, but they're not Christians. Because Christians believe Christ was fully God, fully man. So if Christ never came in the flesh, this is not a Christian teaching. And you're not to accept the teaching into your home. And what it's believed here is that the idea here is that people are teaching in their homes. This is the era of home churches. This, in the day and age, you didn't go to a separate building called a church. Church was inside somebody's home. So if to receive someone into your house that brings a separate teaching, a different teaching, is to essentially allow that person to teach in your home a different gospel. This is why you're not to receive them with a greeting. This is not somebody that, let's say, you got a friend who's an unbeliever, This is not allowing him to come into your kitchen for a beer. Okay? That's not the situation. The situation is about teaching your congregation. So it's basically saying if you go along with this and you allow somebody who has a different gospel to teach in your congregation, you are participating and enabling him to apostatize your congregation. That's the point here of 2 John 1, 9 to 11. So the two passages you mentioned here do work hand in glove. You know, in the 1 John passage, you have the idea that the gospel you've received is the true gospel, and there's not going to be a better one. In 2 John 1, 9 to 11, you're being warned that there are other people out there with different gospels, and they're just going to lead you away from God. So, there's a balance. There's a balance there. You should know the gospel, be secure in the gospel. Once you have that foundation, you don't need another gospel. At the same time, too, anyone who comes with a different gospel should not be allowed to teach in your congregation. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries 199. What's an example of Jesus being funny in the Greek? Okay, now we do have to qualify this, that Christ is a figure of suffering. You know, his humor doesn't play out. Now, those around him, we do see people around him act in more humorous ways. But there's one place in that sort of stands out to me, which is Luke. Go to Luke 24. So this is after the resurrection on the road to Emmaus. And this has always struck me as kind of humorous. Verse 19. Okay. We'll start verse 15 here. And it came about while they were conversing and discussing, Jesus himself approached and began traveling with them. This is on the road to Emmaus. But their eyes were prevented from recognizing him. And he said to them, of course he already knew, "What are these words that you are exchanging with one another as you are walking?" He goes, "What are you talking about?" And they stood still, looking sad. What are you talking about, man? And one of them named Cleopas, answered and said, "Are you the only one visiting Jerusalem, unaware of the things which happened here in these days?" And this is the part I find hilarious. And he said to them, "What things?" Like, he knows what they're talking about. He knows what's going on. He was the center of attention. And they said to him, "The things about Jesus the Nazarene, who was a prophet, mighty indeed, in the sight of God and all people, and how the chief priests and rulers delivered him up to the sentence of death and crucified him." I've always found that. He said, "Well, what things?" It's like, hey, what's going on here? You haven't heard the things that's going on? Yeah, what things? I always found that to be quite Oh yeah, he did have a sense of humor. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was very into. He did a lot of mockery. You know, he called Herod a fox. You know, there was a lot of it. I mean, A fox is very interesting pejorative. It wasn't a dog, but he calls Herod a fox. And the fox here, not to be confused with the sound foxes, um, the fox in, say, Israelite symbolism is it's a small, harmless animal that yaps a lot. It's not like a dog. Dogs were vicious, nasty, unclean animals in the peripheral of your town. It was a Chihuahua. Essentially, yeah, he's essentially Christ is essentially calling Herod a Chihuahua. That's the connotation you get from Herod is a fox. I'll look it up here. Just so we get it. But yeah, Luke 13 verse 23. He said to them, "Go tell that fox, behold, I cast out demons and perform cures today and tomorrow, and the third day I reach my goal." So yeah, so I mean, he's basically telling Herod that, you know, that he's powerless. He's just like some little yappy dog. So as I say, it's not as insulting as calling him a dog. Okay. So it's not pejorative in that sense. It's more of the accusation that you're useless, dude.
But you,
You yap a lot, but you're useless and impotent. So, you know, that was pretty funny too, but especially if you know the context of it. But yeah, it's I mean, it's nothing like, say, some of the as far as the pejorative goes, this one is quite humorous. Quite humorous. Okay. So anyway. Next one here. From 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is it biblical to suggest the ends justify the means? I think one could make that argument from Scripture. I don't know how to feel about it. I'd say not. Here's the idea. This idea comes out of utilitarian ethics. And it's the idea that in order to maximize goodness, you can use whatever means maximal does the maximum good. Okay? That's what's usually meant by the ends justify the means. It comes from the ideas of Jeremy Bentham. Whew. Boy, that guy was a nut job. He had himself mummified and placed in a cabinet. That was just gross. Whoa! Whoa! Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bentham thought that all future generations would laud him for his supreme accomplishment of ethics and come and worship him and his body. Yeah, that didn't happen. He just became like the laughing stock of a drinking society. Within, I think was it Cambridge? I think he's in a closet. I mean, he's in a closet at Cambridge, I think. But boy, really, really strange, that guy. Yeah. But the whole idea that the ends justify the means has been used to justify all sorts of atrocities. The problem is, as far as ethical thinking goes, the ends cannot justify the means. The means have to justify themselves. If you're not using good means, you can't justify good ends. It's very easy to do atrocities if any means become acceptable to maximize goodness. Okay? So it's very unbiblical. It's very unbiblical to suggest the ends justify the means. They cannot ever justify the means. The means have to justify themselves. Okay? So anyway, that's my thoughts on this. It's not a philosophy that's congruent with biblical revelation. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why would we distinguish between a Christophany and a theophany? I always associate bodily presence manifestation of God as the Son. Okay. Because sometimes titles seem to indicate a theophany more than a Christophany. That's usually why. But it's often not clear. The distinction between a Christophany and a theophany is often not clear. Now, for those who don't know, a theophany is a manifestation of God, a physical manifestation of God, a presence of God. And it's usually using a simulacra body of some kind. A Christophany is specifically a manifestation of the second person of the Trinity, okay, which ultimately incarnated as flesh as Jesus Christ. Okay. When we look at, say, theophanies and Christophanies in the Old Testament, it's really often very difficult to distinguish one between the other. So I usually will call them all theophanies, because a Christophany is actually a kind of theophany. So I just usually think it's just safer most of the time to call them all theophanies and not make that distinction between Christophany and theophany. Sometimes it's plain. I can't think of a verse off the top of my head that is, per se, but I'm sure there are a couple verses out there that are plainly Christophanies, or more likely to be Christophanies than not. But I don't think there's any necessity to distinguish them. It's just more something that theologians do. They do this just to keep them separate. But it's a classification thing. It's a classification thing, not a theological thing. And it's not even really, it's not a doctrine thing at all. So, some do this, I don't. I just call them all theophanies. It's just easier. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries, again, for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What helps you more, patrons or, and I'm presuming he means YouTube members? Okay. The best way to characterize this is by each service takes a cut. Take a taste. Okay, they all take a taste. Okay. YouTube takes a 30% taste. Okay. Any monies that are either given as super chats or as YouTube memberships, YouTube takes 30%. Okay. It's one of the highest sort of tastes that you find amongst these services. Patreon takes 8%. Okay. So the amount of say income I get proportional, the net versus the gross, is much better for Patreon than it is for, say, YouTube. Now, with that said too, YouTube members tend to be more engaged once they do start funding it themselves, not just receiving it as gifts from Jack Ray. But thank you, Jack. We really appreciate your support. But generally, we get more income proportionately from Patreon members. Now, also the other thing too is Patreon members tend to be more generous than YouTube members. And that's because of the various levels of membership involved. Patreon is more of a free will thing. You get to decide on Patreon how much you basically donate monthly. YouTube members, you have to be part of a tier. So you're limited to certain tiers that are defined by the membership program. So it's one of those things where, those members tend to be more engaged. It's in some ways it's a half dozen of one, six of another kind of proposition. Jack Ray points out, yeah, the membership gifts have the purpose of promotion of the channel, even though it's the 30% hit is there. Yeah, and it does help that way, definitely. YouTube members are more engaged. They tend to comment more. They tend to be more active on our live streams. They also tend to be more involved in, say, community posts. So in that way, when they become, say, YouTube members, they tend to be more actively part of the community. We get more financial assistance from the Patreon members. Okay? So we both benefit from both. We need both. They just sort of help us in different ways. Okay? So that's probably the best way to say it, is that they're both helpful. We need them both, but they're different. And they serve in some ways different purposes. Patreon, as again, we get more money from Patreon per users and per donor. And really, the Patreon is more oriented towards donations as such. People who value the cause, value the work, and just want to donate it with that added, say, personal relationship. See, one of the things that the Patreon members get that, say, the YouTube members don't get is personal attention. Okay? Those who contribute to Patreon have a instant access to me. And that's one of the things they buy on Patreon, and that's expected on most Patreon subscriptions. On the other hand, too, the YouTube members are more engaged, but tend to pay less as well overall. So again, they help, but they're in different ways, and they have different benefits as well. Okay. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. HE Ministries for $1.99. When's the next D&D game? Ooh, I don't know. Probably next November. I mean, unless there's somebody who really wants a D&D game in the meantime, and I can't imagine doing it again. I am juggling a lot at the moment. But unless someone really has a compelling desire for another D&D game, it'll probably be next November. So, again, probably out of ETS. Haystack, craving that bunny killing me again. Yeah, but you had it coming. I mean, come on. Come on, Haystack. You start waving that spear around that pointy thing, you know? You brought that down on yourself. It was a good game, though. For a speed game, that was a good game. Oh boy. So yeah, that was that. That's a classic. That was a good game, a good speed game. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. As we start and get close to the cutoff here. If you got a super chat and a question you really have a burning desire to get answered, we got to receive it by 11 p.m. Pacific time. Next one here is from back. Okay. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Just to clarify for the lore, spam jerky was my idea. Well, maybe your idea, but we did do it. I don't know when we're going to do another lore video. We probably should do a part 2 soon, because we're starting to collect lore again. So, yeah. Yeah, probably. It was very good, though. We've got another batch going now. This time we're doing pineapple instead of peach flavored. So, yes, we're doing more spam jerky. We actually, it was really good, really delicious, surprisingly. Okay, it goes perhaps the biggest contribution I've made here. So far. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, too. Very much appreciated. But it was good. What can I say? Spam jerky was delicious. It was delicious. Okay, Scholar with a Sword for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is your favorite Exodus movie and why? Cecil, the Cecil DeMille one. All right, the Cecil DeMille Exodus, the 1950s version, not the 1930s version. The 1950s version I thought was very good. What I liked about it was its fidelity to the Egyptian archaeology. It was very good with the Egyptian archaeology. It was they consulted Egyptologists and got a lot right. I really wish we could have done the popcorn review of that, because we put in like 6 hours to film that and couldn't air it because of the copyrights blocks. Yeah, we even when we reduced it down, we could not get that thing to air. But there's the only thing I would say about that movie, though, is it does need to cut out that long love story in the middle. If they cut out that long, about an hour-long love story in the middle, it would have been a much tighter movie, a much better movie. So it's not a perfect movie. Not a perfect movie. But there are things about that movie that are just really well done. The dress and the costumes are very well done. The game of jackals and foxes is period accurate. The dance moves are period accurate. They even get the king right, so it does seem to lean towards a late Exodus date, which is always a good thing for a Exodus film to get right. So yeah, it's I thought it was a great film. It has not been surpassed as far as its historical accuracy. As I said, my only gripe with it is that really unnecessary long love story in the middle of it. If you got rid of that 1 hour of sort of flabby dialogue and say gratuitous love story, it would be a much tighter, much better film. So anyway, that's my favorite Exodus film. Thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, there's no more. So, alrighty. Next super chat here is from Scholar with a Sword. And Jack Ray asks, can it be put on Patreon? Have you tried upload to Dailymotion, Vimeo, Rumble, etc.? First of all, here's the thing. All of these will also have copyright detection systems. Okay. So you're not going to get around it by using Rumble or Vimeo or Dailymotion. Eventually, all these services will have copyright detection systems. Because it's part of the responsibilities that are set out by the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Okay, so it's not going to be something we can. The thing is, Jack Ray, can it be put on Patreon? Some people have tried to put copyright material on Patreon. It doesn't end well. Patreon does search for the stuff and will freeze accounts that do post copyrighted material. So, yeah, you particularly can't do it on Patreon. Yeah. Yeah. So, and commentary will not get you out of that. Okay. So it's just one of those things that, you just can't get past. Call me a dude 007. You'll see that film on TV during Passover. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's on TV. It's been on TV a lot. But it's also still its copyright is still vigorously protected. So, you can't do a commentary on it. It's just you'll just end up incurring the wrath of the movie overlords. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. $707 like. All right. Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Any advice for starting a class at my church over physical evidence for the Bible? I have a BA in social studies and love researching apologetic work. Any advice? Use good materials. Okay, that's about the one thing I would say. Be careful what you find on the net. There's a lot of stuff that'd be my one piece of advice is that a lot of stuff that's on the network, on the internet, is not good material. Okay? And we have talked about stuff published by Associates for Biblical Research, but you get also a lot of stuff from Ron Wyatt and David Roll on the net. Even some films like Patterns of Evidence has really bad evidence. So I would suggest getting books from good archaeologists, people who are experts in the field, like Kenneth Kitchen, John Walton, James Hoffmeyer. Basically, if you're going to do this sort of physical evidence stuff, get stuff that is reliable, from recognized experts in the field. I would say avoid the material from apologists. Not that apologists necessarily are bad here, but they're also one step removed, and sometimes they aren't that critical about the evidence they present. So that's what I would say is go to guys who know this material well. So that's what I would say is exercise caution and care as you do it. I think it's great that you are doing it. I think that's wonderful. You should do it. But no, not Kent Hovind. Can't believe this, says ND Godwild. No Kent Hovind. No. So, yeah. Again, good resources here would be Kenneth Kitchen and James Hoffmeyer. For some broader understanding, John Walton can be helpful as well. Also, the Baker book is very good too. Backgrounds of the Old Testament, I think, is what it's called. That one's very good as well. So that's a probably a very comprehensive book that you could use here as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. I want to thank Jack Ray for 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. We appreciate it and your help. It keeps us going. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Hope all is well. What are your thoughts on Genesis 3 being the fall of Satan? I think it is definitely viable that this is the fall of Satan. At least this is what precipitates it. Okay. This is my opinion here is the Nakash and Satan are one and the same being. As based on my reading of Exodus 28 as well as not Exodus, Ezekiel 28 in relation to Revelation chapter 20. So, with that said, it's basically that the fall here is not just that Satan fell, but he's also kicked out of heaven too. So this is where we get sort of the pericope from, say, Revelation, where Satan's demons are, kicked out. There's a war with Michael, and they lose badly. Okay, so that's my opinion on this. Is that it is the fall of Satan here. It is and he's a covering cherub. I talk about this in Monday's video. So the 9 myths about Satan, you can go there and see more details. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. May I ask you your thoughts on Isaiah 65:17 in our memory in heaven? Okay, sure. Look at that. Isaiah 65. Okay. Um, Start verse 16 just for context. Because he who is blessed in the earth shall be blessed by the God of truth, and he who swears on earth shall swear by the God of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, because they are hidden from my sight. For behold, I create new heavens and new earth, and the former things shall not be remembered or come to mind. But be glad and rejoice forever for what I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem for rejoicing, and her people for gladness. This in some ways is, it's using memory here remembered in a way that we don't typically use it. Not in the modern world anyway. The idea here is not that we will forget the former things. It's more that the former things won't matter. It's kind of like, in some ways, we are very forgetful of our childhood. Like, for example, when we're like 3, we do have the capacity to make memories when we're 3. And a 5-year-old can remember back to when they were 3 much better than a 50-year-old can remember back to the time when they were 3. Why is that? Well, some of it is rewiring in the brain. In the brain, we dispose of the memories we don't need anymore. Some memories will remain strong, but others won't. Another fact is, things that concerned us when we were 3 just don't matter anymore. We've moved on. We're different. Our circumstances are different. So, our memories in heaven is not going to be that we forget these things that happen on earth. It's that it just isn't going to matter. Because you've entered into a state of healing. You're not longer enduring the same hurts. You're rejoicing and be glad. Heaven is made for bliss and for happiness and for rejoicing and for healing. So, it's not that you won't remember, it's that they're irrelevant. It doesn't matter anymore. And that seems kind of odd to us because everything we're going through right now is of critical importance in the moment. We tend to be creatures of the moment. So, it's not that we're going to forget. It's just it's not going to be that important anymore. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from Addison Weir for 499. Hi, Addison. Linguist Ammo told me he's getting his second master's at Biola. Thoughts? Winky face. Oh, Linguist. going after that second master under Josh McDowell, or sorry, what's his name now? The younger McDowell. Sean. See, didn't matter anymore to remember his name. Oh, well. Oh, that would be something. Linguisano getting his second master under Sean McDowell, that would be something. Wonder how long that would last. Oh, boy. Okay, interesting. I'm sure that's not happening. Right. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Next one here from Jonathan for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you accept late exilic authorship of Genesis 1 through 11? Why or why not? I don't. I don't accept... let me put it this way. It wouldn't bother me a great deal if Genesis 1 to 11 was late authorship, but I also don't accept it either. I don't find the reasonings for it compelling. And that could be a situation where, you can say, okay, like this is for, like, I hear these arguments for Daniel, talking about late authorship of Daniel, how it would be such a crisis for Christians. And it's like, well, no, we would have to change what we think about prophecy, but it would be consistent with the type of prophecy we find in other parts of the Bible. So it's like, okay, even if that was true, it doesn't really change anything. So if late authorship was true, not really compelling to one thing or another. But at the same time, too, the arguments for it, I think, are pretty awful. I mean, you don't have any, as was, I just see Kwame Adu mention it, there's no old Iranian words in Genesis. You would need that for late authorship, at least to make a compelling case for it. If all your loan words in Genesis, your non-Semitic loan words in Genesis are Egyptian, or at least most of them are Egyptian, and none of them are old Iranian, that kind of excludes it from being a late authorship. So, so I don't accept the idea of late authorship of Genesis. I don't think the arguments are compelling. I think the arguments are pretty poorly constructed. Yeah, I don't buy it. I essentially don't buy it. But then again, too, I also don't buy the documentary hypothesis either. Yeah, and the fact is, there's no evidence for this. And as my producer points out, we're strong evidentialists. We believe if you want to go with something, you should have evidence. And there's no evidence for a late authorship of Genesis. So I have a hard time just accepting it. Now, as I said, even if it was true, does it matter? No, not really. It doesn't change anything. It just doesn't. It doesn't change anything, but at the same time, too, doesn't mean I have to accept it either. Okay, so with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Mechanique for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What's meant in 2 Peter 2:11? It's not clear to me. All right, let's pull it up and let's find out. 2 Peter 2. Pull up the Bible here. And it says, okay. Where do we want to begin this? This is a one long sentence. Again, this is a problem with this particular passage, is it's one long sentence. Let's start at verse 4. It's probably the beginning of the sentence, or close to it. For if God did not spare the angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to the pits of darkness reserved for judgment, and did not spare the ancient world, but preserved Noah, a preacher of righteousness, with 7 others, when he brought a flood upon the world of the ungodly. And if he condemned the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah to destruction by reducing them to ashes, having made them an example to those who live ungodly thereafter. And if he rescued Lot, oppressed by the sensual conduct of unprincipled men, For by what he saw and heard, that righteous man, while living among them, felt righteous soul tormented day after day for lawless deeds. Then the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from temptation. So, all that just build up for this. And to keep the unrighteous judgment under punishment for the day of judgment, and especially those who indulge the flesh in its corrupt desires and despise authority. Daring, self-willed, they do not tremble when they revile angelic majesties, whereas angels who are greater in might and power do not bring reviling judgment against them before the Lord. Okay. Wow. Okay. There's a lot of, this is a big, complicated sentence. It's almost Pauline. It's almost Pauline in the run on here. Okay. So it starts here with the if God did not spare the angels, but saves the world, essentially. So he doesn't spare the angels, but saves the world. And you get to verse 10, and it basically says, or verse 9, and says, God knows how to rescue the godly from temptation. So, God didn't spare the angels, but he spared men. Okay. And in doing this, God is able to spare the godly and keep the unrighteous under punishment until the day of judgment, especially those who indulge in the flesh. Okay? And at the same time, there's these daring people who do not tremble when they revile angelic majesties. Okay? Basically, who say blaspheme the Holy Spirit, who blaspheme Jesus Christ, who are, blaspheming high, mighty powers that happen beyond the side of God. And that even the angels are not going to bring a charge against those who fell, leaving judgment to God alone. So that's sort of what's being driven at here with all of that massive sentence here is just to make the claim, just to sort of drive home the point that given all of the abilities of God to save and to condemn, the angelic powers are the righteous angelic powers. We should mention that. The righteous angelic powers are not going to bring a charge when even it's clear, because judgment is not in their purview. Because judgment is not in their purview, we should reserve judgment and leave that for God alone. So that's really all that this is driving at. That these people the unrighteous are basically headed to destruction. Their fate is sealed if they reject God. And there's no need to bring a charge against them. God will take care of that. So, A Vermin Trash Rat, yeah, we're past our cutoff here. The cutoff here is actually 11. So anyway, that's the meaning of the passage. It's essentially that God has reserved some for judgment. He saved others, and it's all God's purview to judge, and not even the angelic authorities will judge another, because judgment is God's alone. So I hope that makes that clear. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Jack Ray, for 10 memberships. We really appreciate it. Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. We don't see laws on household codes, gender roles, how to fight, run a business, etc. when Israel was formed in Exodus. Are we to assume Israel learned much of this from their history in Egypt? Well, some of this is going to be common sense. You know, there's actually a fair amount on how to run a business, by the way. Like fair weights. Cursed is the man who uses unfair weights. Okay. So there was some stuff on how to run a business. So that's not exactly true. Gender roles less so. Household codes again, not exactly something that the Israelites focused upon. A lot of the laws we see tend to be case law. They tend to be case law. So basically, cases that have come up and have been already decided. And these are examples that showed how things were treated in the past as far as these cases go. So some of this came out of their wanderings in the wilderness. Some of this they will have brought in from Egypt. There's a variety of sources they will do. They'll even reference, say, some of the Mesopotamian law codes here. So the whole idea of law formation in ancient Israel is very complicated. It owes its origins to many sources, even possibly some local Canaanite sources. So again, it's complicated. It's a mixed bag of different sources to generate essentially what's case law. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much, super chat. Very much appreciated. Aaron Richard again for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Currently studying Leviticus. Great book. What are some ancient Near Eastern examples, background to sacrifices and holiness? My most teachings on Leviticus point to Jesus, but don't mention the cultural background. That's really unfortunate because you could do a lot there. The things such as the files for priestly duty you'll find in Leviticus that have examples in ancient Near Eastern examples. The wheat festival of the Hittites has some very close parallels to both Passover and the Feast of Tabernacles. There's a lot of ancient Near Eastern background that could bring insight into Leviticus. Purification rituals for priests, very similar to what we find in Egypt. Very similar. The whole ritual bathing and putting on clean clothes and foreboding of animal products being worn into the temple when priestly service is done. So there's a lot that could be done. But again, you'd have to go through with probably a fine-tooth comb to pick out every example of it. It's something that should require its own commentary. But we don't. It's not something that commentary writers do, and it's some of it is just the dirty. Here's just the dirty secret of commentaries. Is almost all commentaries are based on previous commentaries. So they don't change that much. At least in their principal form. Hey, are you aware of what's going on? You should pay attention. We got a little strife there. Okay. Yeah, he apologized, but yeah, keep it civil, guys. Yeah, and don't get personal either, okay? Just don't do that. We want to play nice. Play nice here. Okay? Keep it simple. Keep it friendly. Okay? All right. So getting back to the point here, the dirty secret of commentaries is that most commentaries are based on other commentaries. So, and this is just a practice of writing commentaries that just goes through Old Testament studies. So, you don't find a lot of commentary writers who will basically throw out existing commentaries and go right to the sources, okay, the ancient sources. So, I'm hoping that in the future that we're going to find more of these commentaries being written. In fact, I'd love to write a commentary myself someday on, say, the Egyptian backgrounds of Exodus, the book of Exodus, as a commentary. But, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for something like that to get published. And very few people are going to appreciate the contribution that makes without at the same time to pointing to the fact that it's not dependent on previous commentaries. We do get those people out there who basically look at a commentary and go, yeah, I don't think this commentary is valid because it doesn't depend on all the previous commentaries. Well, then you get sort of the commentary you deserve at that point. So, anyway, I hope that helped. But yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of lost opportunity. In that we can there is stuff that in Leviticus that does relate to the ancient Near East. But again, we need scholars that focus on this and publishers that are tolerant to those publications. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. PC 618-199. Do Israelites come from Canaanites? Quick answer is no. They come from Amorites. My producer says the first time she read this, she thought it read, do Israelites come from Canadians? Canadians! Yeah, Amorites are not Canaanites. All right. Bonbon asks if Amorites equals Canaanites. No, they don't. Okay. Amorites are from northern Mesopotamia. They're from northern Mesopotamia. They're Mesopotamians. They're not Canaanites. Okay? But they do invade Canaan. In fact, they occupy northern Canaan during the late Bronze II period. So, they're very migratory. You see Amorites migrate as far south as Babylon, and at one point they take over Babylon. They also migrate westward into Canaan. They take over the northern Levant and Canaan, and they'll even go as far south as Egypt, and they become the 15th dynasty in Egypt. So, yeah, there's a lot of Canaanites. Amorites are all over the place, all over the ancient Near East. They originated in northern Mesopotamia, but they're not Canaanites. They're different. What? Definitely Canadians. Okay, next super chat here is from PC618 for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What are the Maccabees and the rest Apocrypha not in canon? I think you mean why. Why are the Maccabees and the rest of Apocrypha not in canon? Why are some reasons Luther and whoever it was excluded them? Okay, let's clear up a misconception here. Luther didn't exclude the Maccabees and the Apocrypha from the canon. It was more that they weren't included. This is what's called a canon law oversight. Okay. This is a canon law oversight. Okay. So, what do we mean by a canon law oversight? It's when canon law has forgotten to do something it needed to do in order for it to become canon. Okay? And this is what happened historically. The Apocrypha was never historically included in the canon. It was mentioned from time to time. Some church fathers quoted it, but some church fathers quoted Plato too. In fact, Plato is more quoted than the Apocrypha. And the Roman Catholic Church did see a need to make it canon, but never did the formal process. They tried the Council of Florence, but that council couldn't get the consensus of the Apostolic Sees, so it was never ratified into canon. So what ended up happening was, you get to the Reformation, and, at Luther's trial, they whip out the Apocrypha and say, "Oh yeah, but it says here in Maccabees," and Luther goes, "Whoa, not so fast. That was never ratified as canon, and it won't be ratified as canon by the Roman Catholic Church until the Council of Trent." So it was a canon law oversight. See, even in say Eastern Orthodox, where it was accepted as wisdom literature, but not as scripture, the place of the Apocrypha in Eastern Orthodoxy is kind of strange. It's not fully canon. So it wasn't that Luther excluded it. It just, at the time of the Reformation, wasn't part of it. So that's a huge difference. That's a big difference. Because once the Protestant churches broke away from Rome, yeah, basically the Protestant churches maintained the same canon that they had received as Roman Catholics. So that's a huge difference. And basically at Trent, Roman Catholicism tries to rewrite history by saying, "Oh, we're going to accept this now as canon, but we had always accepted this as canon." Oh, no. You don't get to do that. You don't get to retcon history in that way. Nice try. That doesn't work. So, but at the same time, too, the reason why the Apocrypha was not accepted as canon came down to things such as historical errors, errors in authorship, or at least deceptive authorship. That was the reason why it was always sort of held up as being accepted in canon. It was full of problems, and many problems. I did a section in one of these live streams. I did like a 20-minute analysis of the Apocrypha, and we read just the first chapter of Judith, and it is so full of historical errors. It's not even funny. So, and these are not errors that you can reconcile. These are not stuff like perceived errors. I mean, you got say perceived inconsistencies where your perception might be that it's an error, but it's in fact not. It's a literary device. You can't make that excuse for Judith. There's things in there that's definitely wrong. So yeah, that's why it's not in the canon. It's why it's not accepted as full scripture. Like, for example, in Eastern Orthodoxy, even though they accept the Apocrypha for wisdom, they don't accept it for doctrine. It's not acceptable for doctrine, not full canon. And in the case of Luther, it just wasn't accepted as canon. It wasn't accepted as canon at the time. So that's the history there and the reasons. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. DC, Dr. Falk confirmed Enya fan. True. There we go. Mechanique, police, Ace of Base, Kansas. Police don't care for. Ace of Base I like. Kansas, some songs. Okay. Mechanique for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Denis Villeneuve's newer Dune films? Now, I am a huge fan of Dune. Big fan of Dune. Love Dune. I love all the adaptations of Dune. Even Villeneuve's Dune. I've read all the books. Even played some of the video games. So I'm a huge Dune fan. I did not care for Villeneuve's Part 2 of Dune. Okay? Did not care for Villeneuve's. Villeneuve's changed some stuff in the story that I think is critical to the Dune myth. I didn't like the fact that Part 2 compressed the novel's time frame. The novel takes place over at least 6 years. He compresses it into under a year. Okay, so I should not do spoilers here. Okay. Maybe we should do a video on this with Sentinel Apologetics then, where we do the spoilers. But I think they make some critical changes to the storyline. Yeah. If they've never read the book, they're not going to understand how sweeping some of. Okay, Alexis has given us permission to do spoilers.
To ruin the movie. Thank you, Alexis.
Thank you, Alexis, for allowing us to do spoilers. Okay. In the novels, Alia, who's Paul's sister, is Abomination. Okay, that means Jessica was pregnant when she took the water of life, and Alia's preborn. So she's got all the ghosts of past Reverend Mothers and ancestors living in her head. Well, in the book, she's born, she's about 6 years old, and she's the one that kills the Baron. She's the one that kills the Baron with the Gom Jabbar. In Villeneuve's movie, Alia's not born. Jessica's still pregnant at the time of the Reckoning. So the Baron is actually killed by Paul Moabit. So he's killed by Paul with a knife to the neck. So there's a real continuity difference between the book and the movie. And how this is going to play out later on is in, say, the later novels. Alia is going to be haunted by the ghost of the Baron, who compels her to do some really bad things. But that's because of her relationship to the death of her grandfather. The Baron is her grandfather. Okay. Fade in the book, Fade Raltha, did not kill his parents. That was the beast Raban who killed Fade's parents. Fade, at the time he was taken away from the Count Raban, was an infant. So that is rewritten in the Villeneuve books, or in the Villeneuve movie. Raban keeps the situation on Arrakis secret from his uncle, from the royal court. He did not. Faye did not come and take over Arrakis, but arrived at Arrakis when it was already in full rebellion. So there's a huge, and frankly, they treat Fade as, say, the greater butcher to Raban. So Raban was bad, but Fade was worse. That wasn't the plan in the book. The plan in the book was for Raban to squeeze Arrakis, be the beast, and then Fade to come in as a savior, as a hailed hero, to be the other Messiah. You see, there's two Messiah figures in the book. One was Paul, the other was Fade. Both are bad. And yeah, they're both bad. And they're both groomed for the role. So there's a lot of, I mean, we don't see, and there's some things that are really stark by their absence. Okay, we never see the Count Fenrig. Count Fenrig plays a big role in the book. We don't see that. We see Margot Fenring, but we don't see the Count Fenring. You know, in Dune, there's no real Messiah. They're all false messiahs in Dune. But that's the thing. It's the whole book. The whole point of the book is the consequences of having false messiahs. Yeah. In fact, Paul shirks his responsibility of going down the golden path because he doesn't want to be a false messiah. This is why he goes out into the desert in Dune Messiah and sort of abandons his responsibility. You know, and it's up to his son, Leto II, to follow the golden path. And the tremendous loss of life that results from that. Yeah, his son is the wrong one. So because Paul is a false messiah, but a different kind of false messiah, his son becomes a worse false messiah. So, you know, but in order to get there, you have to have taken certain paths. I mean, Chani is portrayed as a woke, petulant, skeptical, she's not like what's in the book at all. I mean, in the book, Chani expresses some doubts, but she's backing up her husband, her consort all the way. Not so in the Villeneuve movie. In the Villeneuve movie, she's portrayed as full independent feminist type. So it's not really what you would expect out of, say, a desert culture. So I think there's some things, like for example the whole abomination thing too, like about Alia. The Villeneuve movie tries to downplay that because of its connotations. But I think that's here's one of the things I think I really dislike about Villeneuve is it tries to skirt around certain politically hot topics because of the connotations those topics have today. Like for example, he creates the Sardaukar as, say, Norsemen. Well, they're not Norsemen. They're post-apocalyptic survivors. The Fremen are shown as sort of just, say, Bedouin light. Okay, Bedouin light. Well, like Herbert when he wrote about the Fremen, they're basically not too different than Yazidi Muslims. They're very similar to the Yazidi. They're Messianic Muslims. And that's what Herbert was trying to portray in the Fremen, is they're Messianic Muslims. And that's why you have Arabic being spoken. The Fremen language has a lot of Arabic in it. It's got references to what's that branch of Islam? Sufi. There's references to Sufism in the books. So that's what the Fremen are. They're Messianic Islam. So oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of references to the Sufi in Herbert's book. So the Villeneuve tries to sort of walk back the whole connection of the Fremen to Islam. But the books are really explicit that that's where they come from. That's where they come from. And a lot of the geopolitics of the books is, say, colonialization and its interaction with, say, the Middle East. Yeah, it's also pre-1970s Islam too. Okay. Yeah. 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 But Herbert also could see the problem, say, within Islam of fanaticism and its penchant towards it. But the whole houses of the Landsrod, those are European nations. They're those feudal European nations that have basically sliced up the Middle East. That's intentional. Each house of the Landsrod gets a taste of Arrakis. Each imperial power of Europe gets a taste of the Middle East. And what happens when people get radicalized underneath that? Sykes BC points out the Sykes-Picot lines. Yeah, where Europeans arbitrarily cut up the Middle East. Everyone gets a taste. But how does say a Messianic Islam react to that? So, in many respects, Herbert predicted the say, the uprisings that we're now seeing in the Arab Spring. Arab Spring, ISIS, and all that. And Villeneuve just walked that all back. So, I have some difficulties with the Villeneuve adaptation. Here's what I love about it, though. Yeah, it wasn't arbitrary. It was strategic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he had decisions to make, and that was one of them. I don't agree. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's unlikely he's going to do the whole series. Okay. So for him, as long as he gets through Paul, maybe the Children of Dune, he's done. That's typically when they do a part 3, they're gonna probably combine Dune Messiah and Children of Dune, because Messiah is a really small book. So, but it was arbitrary. It wasn't arbitrary. It was a strategic move. He didn't want to alienate audiences. Okay, that's fair. And I did appreciate the grand vision of it. I like the fact that Villeneuve tried to preserve the size, the scope, the visual appeal of Dune. I think he did that very well. The visuals are phenomenal. They're really well done. But I think he also changed a lot of the story scope. Bubble Homeschool, Lynch, Villeneuve, or Sci-Fi Channel. I think each one has its own strengths. Okay? I think each one has its own strengths. Overall, I like the Lynch one the best. The De Laurentiis one. I understand there's been additions and changes there too. But I think overall it's the sort of the my favorite adaptation. It captures the spirit the best, not always the actual script the best. Sci-Fi Channel is slavish to the script, but loses the vision. Villeneuve maintains the visual appeal. Yeah. Yeah. If it wasn't for the story editing, Villeneuve would probably be the best adaptation. But the changes to the story is what prevents me from making it my favorite. But boy, it sure came close. I was betting it would be. That part 1 was very good. Part 1 was excellent. Okay, so let's get on with this here. Yeah, the 1984 one has Patrick Stewart. Yeah, that's the reason to vote for it is best. It also has Jurgen Proch now, too. All right. Isaac Friedman for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is your talk on 1 Timothy 2:12? Well, 1 Timothy 2, verse 12. Okay. But I do not allow a woman to teach or exercise authority over a man, but to remain quiet. Yeah, right. Look, I'm gonna be right blunt on my whole view of teaching, women teaching in the church. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think it's fine for a woman to teach in the church. Okay. That's not what this is talking about. Okay. Here's one of the things that was a problem in the days of 1 Timothy. Okay. Which is that women were the only people doing anything in the church. The women were teaching, they were raising the kids, they were waiting on tables, they were doing it all. Men weren't doing anything. The men's got to do something. All right. Now, the exercise of authority over a man is a matter of structure and hierarchy and all that, and I'm not going to get into the whole idea that this is a patriarchy, because it really isn't. The fact is, the church has always been a kind of matriarchy. It's been run by women. The whole criticism that the Romans used to level against Christianity was it was a religion of women and slaves. So Christianity, throughout its existence, has been a predominantly female-run religion, even though men have held the sort of the high spots in it. Women make it run. So I don't have any problem with a woman teaching in a church. I think there's good arguments on both sides of this issue. I don't come down on a particular side on this. I personally think it's okay for a woman to teach. Exercising authority is a little different, though, because exercising authority is to basically chastise a man. And that's going to create some resentment, especially if you have a young woman chastising an older man. Yeah, that's just not going to sit well. So, that's sort of my view on this, is that, I think it's perfectly acceptable for there to be women theological professors. No problem with this. I have no problem with women teaching in a church. Oh yeah. Jack Ray. A pastor is there because, quote, the women of the church, end quote, want him there. Too often, yes. Yes. And I don't mean that too often as in that it's a bad thing, but that seems to be a lot of it. Yeah, it could be a good or a bad thing. It's not a good or it's just the way it is. BC here. Does teach here mean to instruct as in to guide or order? It's loosely to teach, but when you pair it off with to exercise authority, well, that's to govern. So the meaning of teach here is not, say, this is not theological instruction. This is more akin to rebuking, reproof. Okay? So that's really what's more going on here. Yes, Bonbon, I've stopped talking about Dune. Okay. It's safe for you to come back. Yeah, so yeah, that's what it means here. Is it does mean it does on a surface level to teach, but it's more than that. It's that teaching to exercise authority. So I can see why Paul wouldn't want that, especially in a church that's dominated by women to begin with. Again, what would men do? Nothing. So I think it's really important for both genders to have a place in the church. And if women do it all, men don't have a place. And there's times you might want that. There's times when you don't want men in a church. If you've got, say, a church that's focused on, say, women who have been abused, you don't want men there. And those are possibilities that Could happen as we get into more specialized churches, churches that focus on particular groups. Just like you don't want someone who drinks alcohol to lead a church for alcoholics. Okay, so there's a time and a place for everything. But I don't have, yeah, I'm not a radical feminist, hardly. But I also don't think I don't think it's really clear enough either to Bible exegete. Could women hold office to elder or deacon in the first century? Not elder, but deacon certainly. Women did hold the post of deacons. There were deaconesses. And frankly, there had been deaconesses throughout the history of the church. There were missionaries, but yeah, deacons. The deacon position has been held by women, classically. Alexa says deacon for sure. Absolutely, yeah. Women definitely held the position of deacon. Elder, not so much. That's because one of the things that an elder had to be was head of his household, husband of one wife. There were other requirements for the eldership that were specific to men. Paul mentions them by name, right? Yes, they do. I think it's Priscilla is one of them. But yeah, Christianity has always accepted women as deacons. That has always been the case. But the role of deacon and elder is very different too. So there's but at the same time too, it's always been the office of deacon has always been open to women. And it's still open to women. It's still open to women. Yeah, Phoebe's another. Yeah. There is a presumption that husband of one woman is applies to men who are deacons, but yeah. Yeah, women never got to have multiple husbands, so it was sort of a moot point. So it's one of those criteria too that seems to have been applied to the men who hold that position only. But it's always, as I said, it's always been open to women. It's historically been held by women. So that's just yeah. Yeah, great. I thought it was against polygamy in general. It is. That is the point of that passage, is that if you hold a position in church leadership, you are not to be polygamous. So anyway, and frankly, polygamy was a problem in the first century. It was a problem that was exercised by men. Men in the first century could have multiple wives, but wives couldn't have multiple husbands. So it was one of those situations where it was a man problem. So BC. Great, now I have to lose a wife. Well, this was a missionary problem. Yeah, that's true. Bonbon says Sephardic Jews never really gave up polygamy until very recently. Yeah. And it was a missionary problem too, because they would go into 19th century missionaries would go into African cultures where there was polygamy, and try to set up churches. They try to set up new churches, but how do you select elders among men who are all polygamous? It was quite a problem. if you're trying to set up new churches and you've got, everybody in the village is is in a polygamous relationship, that's a problem if you need to set up a new church. So, missionaries have wrestled with this for a long, long time. Um, Bible exegy, wasn't polygamy interdicted for all Christians, not just for leaders of the church? Not explicitly, but we get it through the teachings of Christ, where Christ basically says the model for marriage is Adam and Eve. Okay, so it's one of those implicit teachings, but it wasn't explicit, and we do know that people still practiced it. It took a while for people to give it up entirely. So, yeah. And there were economic, as my producer points, there's economic reasons why polygamy remained as long as it did. I mean, it did secure property rights for certain women in under certain circumstances. There were economic reasons why that happened, but eventually, I mean, essentially, it was Christianity that sort of channeled people into monogamy, but it came out of that teaching of Christ that God made them Adam and Eve, male and female, and for this reason, you are to leave your parents and cleave to your wife. So it was essentially that teaching of Christ that made it say, made polygamy no longer acceptable for Christians. That doesn't mean everybody listened. Okay? We gotta keep that in mind too. Not everybody obeyed that or listened to it. So yeah, so that was just one of those things though where it's even though say you see that description added to the qualifications for a elder and a deacon, the deacon could be a woman, and that doesn't apply just because the women were not in the position to be, say, have multiple husbands. But historically, the role of deacon has been always open to women. All right, let's get super chats here after midnight. Try to buzz through the last ones here. We'll probably be going a little faster now because we've gotten late. Okay, so we just covered on First Timothy 2:12. Gonna go to the next one here. Edming is Mad Love for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, Dr. Falk. In 1 Kings 14, in verse 21 and 31, why is Namach, Rehoboam's mother, mentioned twice? It states she was an Ammonite. Okay. Kings 14. And boom. Verse 21. Okay. Now, Rehoboam, son of Solomon, reigned in Judah. This is verse 21. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, in the city of the Lord, chosen from all the tribes of Israel to put his name there. His mother's name was Naamah the Ammonitess. Verse 31. And Rehoboam slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and his mother's name was Naamah the Ammonitess. And Abijam, his son, became king in his place. Okay, what's the big deal here? Why is it stated twice that his mother is an Ammonite? Because he's not supposed to be part of the congregation. That's the reason. In order to be part of the assembly of the Lord, you could not have been a descendant of an Ammonite for 10 generations. Now, David gets away with it, being a descendant of a Moabite for 4 generations. This is the power of the throne. But this is also where things go wrong. They are told, David and Solomon were, the kings were told not to take, and the Israelites in general, do not intermarry with the Ammonites and the Moabites. What did the kings do? They intermarry with the neighboring nations. And this is a case where Solomon had intermarried with the Ammonites and produced the next in line to the throne from the Ammonites. Even though Rehoboam is ineligible to enter the temple precinct as part of the assembly. Now, who's going to stop him? Nobody. But it shows that there was a flaunting of the word of the Lord by Solomon that leads up to this issue. So, this is why it's mentioned, is because Solomon disobeyed, and this is the result. And it forms a trajectory. There's a trajectory that's being formed here, where because Solomon disobeyed, Solomon took many wives and turned his heart against the Lord, towards idols. Now, the offspring of Solomon are going to do likewise, going all the way down the line until they're finally, the line of kings is brought to an end by Nebuchadnezzar. So, this is the Book of Kings here is showing you a trajectory. So that's why it's mentioned twice, so you don't forget it. You don't look at it once and say, oh, yeah, Rehoboam, he was the son of an Ammonite, but it's okay. No, the chronicler here is letting you know this so you don't forget it. Because it's going to be part of that trajectory of the wickedness of the lines of kings. If something is repeated like this, it's generally important. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much. Why did Eve add to the divine command? Genesis 3, verse 2. Okay. Genesis 3, verse 2 to 3. Okay. We'll start at verse 1. Now the serpent was more crafty than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, indeed, has God said, you shall not eat from any tree of the garden? The woman said to the serpent, from the fruit of the tree of the garden we may eat. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, God has said, you shall not eat of it, or touch it, lest you die. Here we have an insertion of words. Eve inserts the words, or touch it. God never said this, as you well know. Okay? They could have had a fruit fight with the fruit, and it would have been fine. That's, just as long as you don't eat it. Don't eat it. You can fight. You have a food fight with it, but don't eat it. Okay. Fight with a tree, fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Well, now there's a picture. Yeah, just don't lick your fingers. Okay. So here's what's going on. Is whenever you can change the wording of God's word, you can change the meaning in a way that you can get around it. Now, this is not something that's exclusive to Eve. Skeptics do this all the time. You know, I saw this happen in like Satan's Guide to the Bible. You know, he adds the word children. You know, God smote, you know, during the Passover, he smote all the firstborn children. The text doesn't say children. Most of the firstborn of the Passover were not children, they were adults. Because the firstborn is actually the heir designate. But if you can change the meaning by inserting a word, they in another place in there, it talks about, you know, the mixed multitude of Canaanites. No, this is Handel's argument that that the mixed multitude were mixed multitude of Canaanites. But he has to add the word Canaanites in there to change the meaning of the text. This is how you can circumvent things, is by adding words. So in this particular case, Eve sees the fruit. And, you know, she says, God says, you shall not eat it or touch it. It's added to the words. So now, when she touches it, she doesn't die. Of course, God never said that. So she's taken a toe in the put a toe in the water, changed the wording, put a toe in the water. Noticed, yeah, the water's fine. Touching it's fine. Next step is then eating it. BC says, know the original so you can spot a fake. Yeah. Exactly. Know the original so you can spot a fake. We're back to knowing your Bible. Knowing your Bible so well that when somebody inserts words, you can recognize it. Yeah. Handle the original, just like the bank teller. Yeah, you don't need to spend all your time looking at counterfeits. Just focus on the original, on the genuine. Trash Rat says, so she did it to be able to actually eat of the fruit? She probably did it unintentionally, but people do this stuff unintentionally. So they make up rules in their own mind. But because she had made this up as a rule in her own mind, not quoting God precisely here, you know, she probably thought, okay, well, if this thing is so bad, you know, then she probably just figured, hey, you know, if it's eating it so bad, touching it's got to be bad too. So God said, don't do both. This is one of the things about bad information. Is, you know, bad information leads to bad thinking. She's created a piece of bad information. And because it's a bad piece of information, it's led to bad thinking. So that when she touches it and she doesn't die, it must be then safe to eat. It's again that little toe in the water. She's come up with this idea in her head that she can't touch it because it's so bad. But once she touches it and it's not so bad, eating it's the next step. It's the next step. So, Bible exegete says the worst lies are the ones we tell ourselves. Oftentimes true. Yeah. Jack Ray says, like Pharisees creating extra laws that were not there. Yeah, that. Yeah. The traditions of men. This is what we mean when we sometimes talk about the traditions of men. Is these are extra laws that have been added to the books that God never intended, God never spoke, and never commanded, but we add them anyway. It's when we read something in a text and we add our own meaning to it. Exegesis. Same thing. You know, it's not usually as, say, overt as what was done in like Satan's Guide to the Bible. And in the case of Satan's Guide to the Bible, it was very overt that they were adding words to the text to get the meaning they wanted. But adding words to the text, you've changed the meaning of the text. Bon. Laugh out loud. This is the entire Talmud. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh. You're so right. Dude, you're so right. Man. Hundreds and hundreds of pages of rabbis debating laws they invented out of nothing. Oh boy. You hit the nail on the head there, man. Oh man. Yep. But that's what Eve is doing. She's adding to the text. And because she's adding to the text, she's creating a law that never existed. That when she breaks the law and there's no consequence, she feels empowered to go the next step. So that's why she does it. And it has very, very tragic consequences for her and us as a result. Okay. Let's get on to the next super chat here, because I think we covered that. Or okay. Let's see where we're. Okay, next one here is from Jack Ray. Thank you very much for the 10 memberships. We appreciate this. The next one here comes from Kwame Adu 007 for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yes, hi Dr. Falk. Was Neferuatin really Nefertiti? The answer to that question is we don't know. It's possible it was Nefertiti. It's possible it was Smenkare. It's possible that it was one of Nefertiti's daughters. We just don't know. And the problem is because we don't know, we don't have enough text to be sure. So, we can't really be certain on who the identity of Neferuatin is. It does seem to be clear, though, that at this point that it was a short-lived king in the Amarna period between Akhenaten or Semenkare and King Tutankhamun. But that's about all we know. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Kwame Adu 007. Over 2 ducks, thank you for the super chat. Do you think Ramses II was overrated as a pharaoh? Yes. And I say that as a guy who really, really likes Ramses II and finds his reign fascinating. I specialized in the Ramesside period, so for me, I find the whole Ramessides very, very interesting. But he was overrated as a pharaoh. Incredible builder, and for a guy like me who loves temples and tombs, oh yeah, I love the buildings. I'm all into Ramses II as a builder and as an architect. As a military leader, he was a complete flop. He was a terrible military leader. But the guy was a prolific builder. He built some of the most magnificent temples in Egypt. Hard to say he didn't make a contribution. So, overrated? Yes. But still great in his own way. As a builder, he was very prolific. So, great in sort of the same way as Herod the Great was great. Herod the Great was known for his building projects. Caesarea Philippi, the Herodian, Masada, those are the big things that Herod the Great is known for. The temple precinct, again, that's another thing. Ramses II is known for his building projects. The Ramesseum, Abu Simbel, his temples at Abydos, those are his big contributions. The Hypostyle Hall at Karnak. He was a great builder. So, overrated? In some respects, yes. Some respects, no. His building's not overrated. His military prowess, totally overrated. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Homeschool for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Which guitarist inspired you to play the SG? When do we get a Velociraptor 2 Electric Boogaloo? Eclectic Boogaloo. Eclectic Boogaloo Velociraptor 2. I have started a Velociraptor second album. I have not completed it. We're juggling so many pod projects at the moment. It's not going to be called Eclectic Boogaloo though. Although it does have a charm to it, doesn't it? I do have a working title for the second album already, though. But maybe one that's more upbeat. Maybe. Okay. Maybe a Velociraptor 3. Which guitarist inspired you to play the SG? Actually, it wasn't the guitarists that inspired me to play the SG. What inspired me to play the SG was actually the versatility of the instrument. It's double coil humbucker pickups. And it's the fact that it had a switch that allowed me to switch between single and double humbuckers. So it's really the versatility of the instrument, and that it could fill the role of several instruments that inspired me to pick up the SG. It was also affordable too, to be honest. Yeah, that plays a lot in my thinking here. So for me, it was the fact that I could use it as a single pickup instrument. I could use it as a double pickup instrument. Yeah, for an affordable guitar, it's excellent. Yeah. I like the fact that it has a thin body. So for me, it's easy to reach. So I can really focus in on playing it the way I do. It's got a lot of tone control on it. So for me, it was sort of a no-brainer Now, if I got a second one, I would probably second instrument. I'd probably get a bass. But if I didn't get a bass, I would probably get a There's another guitar that I think is really interesting as well. Telecaster, I think. I think it's the Telecaster, not the Stratocaster. It's the Telecaster. The Tele, I might get a Tele if I go with a second guitar, but yeah, apartments make it difficult, and sound. There's really no soundproofing here. I've got to be very, very careful about what I play when I play it. So, so that's the reason. It wasn't who played it; it was the actual mechanics of the instrument itself. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Another 10 super chats gifted by Jack Ray. Thank you very much, Jack, for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being so generous to our community here. It's definitely appreciated. Okay. Michael Watts for 19.99. Thank you for the super chat. Questions, Batman. So many questions. Yep. Definitely. That is the name of the game here, is questions. Okay, the Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, may you explain the weird events of Exodus 4:24-6? Sure. Exodus chapter 4. Bible here. And we'll go to verse 24. Oh, okay, this is Zipporah. Okay, I get this. Okay. We'll read it and we'll explain this one. Now it came about at the lodging place, verse 24, on the way that the Lord met him, and this is Moses, and sought to put him to death. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin and threw it at Moses' feet. And she said, "You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me." So he, this is the Lord, let him alone. At the time she said, "You are a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision." All right. Here's what's going on in this passage. Everyone wants to know this one. Okay, we've had this one asked a dozen times, so but doesn't hurt to explain it again. The Moses as an Egyptian would have been circumcised. Amongst his community, they practiced circumcision out of Varus, where he would have been born and raised. As an Egyptian, Egyptians practiced circumcision. The Israelites were also supposed to practice circumcision as a sign of the Abrahamic covenant. But the Midianites didn't. The Midianites did not practice circumcision. God had sent Moses back to lead his people out of the land of Egypt. But it was going to be a really bad look to come back to free the people of Israel without him having kept the Abrahamic covenant. He hadn't kept the Abrahamic covenant. He hadn't circumcised his children. Not a good look. As the sign of the covenant, the children of Israel were supposed to be circumcised. Hey, have a good night, Bon Bon. It was good to have you here tonight. So, because they were supposed to be circumcised, as closer Moses got to Egypt, the angrier and angrier God got, because he hadn't done what he was supposed to do. He knew what he was supposed to do. He just didn't have the courage to do it. Zipporah His wife, a faithful Gentile. You know, you get these faithful Gentiles that are worked into, say, the biblical narrative, that demonstrate the faith that the Israelites should have done. We see a number of these throughout the text. Zipporah is one of them. Zipporah's a faith. She's not an Israelite. She's a Midianite. Yet she has the good sense here to whip off the foreskin. Get Moses back in line with the Abrahamic covenant. Yeah. And my producer said you have to do things God's way. If you do them any other way, it's going to end up bad. So this is what's going on here. It's a matter of he hadn't kept the Abrahamic covenant, even though he himself had been circumcised. If his children had been born in Egypt, they would have been circumcised too. Because that's what the Egyptians did. So, yes, the Israelite men in Egypt were circumcised. But Midianite men weren't. So it was important for Moses to show his faithfulness to the Abrahamic covenant. So this is why this had to take place. Zipporah knew it, but she's resentful to having done it. And this is what... Yeah, because Moses shirked his responsibility. Zipporah showed faith. Moses shirked his responsibility. So, Bible Exegete has a few follow-up questions here. The pronouns aren't clear in Hebrew. Did God try to kill Moses or his son? Moses. Essentially, he went after Moses here. Genesis 17. Yeah, this is not talking about... That's a different context, though. Alexis asks, is circumcision only commanded for covenant purposes, or was it also practical? It was only required for covenant purposes, but it also managed to have a practical thing, too. Like, it does... We do know now that circumcision does prevent the spread of certain diseases. Okay? So, it was essentially for covenant purposes. There is no necessary for, say, people outside of that covenant to do it per se. But we do know, too, that it does prevent the transmission of certain diseases. Bible Exegete asks, did Egyptians practice partial circumcision at 13 as a general rule? It seems they did. It seems they practiced it as a general rule. A part of it might have been, in the case of the Egyptians, while it was, say, a covenantal thing for the Israelites, it does seem to have been more of a sanitation thing for, say, the Egyptians. The oldest records we have of circumcision in Egypt go to the 5th dynasty, I think. I think it's 5th dynasty. There's a mastaba just outside the Pyramid of Teti that shows circumcision. Really interesting. It's really interesting. It was done on adults. It could be done on a full adult. So, but they do seem to have done it as a general rule. It wasn't one thing about circumcision in Egypt. It wasn't something that everybody practiced at the same time. So sometimes it was practiced in childhood, upon child. Sometimes it was practiced on adults. There was no sort of rule that said you had to get circumcised at a specific time. but the general cultural milieu had people become circumcised. Alexis asks, was it a practice that originated in Egypt? If so, how should we view this in light of it being commanded as a covenant seal? Okay. The two are not actually mutually exclusive. It could have originated in Egypt. I mean, in the 6th dynasty, that's a long ways. 5th dynasty, that's a long ways back. I mean, you're talking about 2200 BC. That's long before the time of Abraham. Okay? So, when you had, say, Egyptian campaigns during the Middle Kingdom being made into Canaan, some of those Egyptian practices would have been brought into Canaan. So, when you get to the time of Abraham, which is around 1700 BC, you've got now a separation of 500 years. Those practices could have been introduced into the Abrahamic covenant, even though they're not unique to the Abrahamic covenant. Okay, so this is one of those cases where it might have originated in Egypt and was accepted into the Abrahamic covenant as the covenant sign, even though it did not originate with Abraham itself. So covenant signs do not have to be unique. Yes. My producer here brings up the point that what was unique about the Abrahamic covenant is not so much its sign, but its terms and conditions. And it is very unique in that respect. It's the only covenant we know of where all the covenant obligations are on one party and only one party. Yeah, and it's the stronger party. It's very unusual in that respect. Very unusual.
The sovereign.
Yeah.
Barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very unique. The covenant, the Abrahamic covenant, is a very unique suzerain treaty. It's the only treaty we know of where the suzerain has all the responsibility to keep the covenant, and all the vassal party has to do is be within the covenant, which is essentially be circumcised. That's all the vassal has to do in this particular case. So it's a very unique covenant in that respect. The sign of the covenant isn't unique, but the terms of the covenant are very unique. Very, we just don't see it in any other covenant treaty. So anyway, I hope that answered that question. It was a very interesting follow-up. Again, let's get back here to our super chats because we are hitting way past time. Okay, and let's see here. All right, next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. May thou explain 1 Corinthians 11, 5 to 10, especially verse 10, okay? 1 Corinthians 11, 5 to 10. Okay. But every woman who has her head uncovered while praying or prophesying disgraces her head, for she is one and the same with those whose head is shaved. For if a woman does not cover her head, let her also have her hair cut off. But if it is disgraceful a woman to have her hair cut off, or her hair shaved, let her cover her head. For a man ought not to have his head covered, since he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of man. For man does not originate with the woman, but the woman man. For indeed man was not created for woman's sake, but women for man's sake. Therefore, the woman ought to have a symbol of authority on her head because of the angels. Okay. The question here is the term angels. Now, we have two meanings of angels at least. So, this could be spirit critters. That's one type of angel. We also have the other type of angel, which is a messenger. And messengers basically moved to and from between churches. And angels is often used as a euphemism for basically messengers that, carried messages between churches. Okay? So you got those angels too. So there's two possible readings here. We don't know which one it is. It could be either. It could be the spirit critter. It could be the messenger one. So I don't know what those big, powerful cherubim and seraphim think about me calling them spirit critters. But it does make it clear, though. It does make it clear. So, so in the case if it was messengers, then yeah, that's pretty obvious then. If we're talking about angels as messengers, they're coming in from all over the place, from various customs, and then they're seeing and observing the local practices of the church. Okay. And in this particular case, if they see a practice that is, say, supposed to be happening in a local church through, say, local custom, and it's not happening because of, say, rebellion of the order of, say, good society, then yeah, those messengers may question the message, they may question the soundness of the church. So that would be a good reason for them to follow local custom. This one thing that is apparent from this passage is that this is not a universal. This is not a universal thing. It's particular to a certain culture in a certain context. So, this is one of those things where we don't use veils today in most churches globally. But in some that do, there's, and frankly too, this was one of those things that in, say, Judaism got inverted. We also see this in, like you go to, say, modern Judaism, in first century Judaism, women wore the veil, men wore nothing. And what happened is, in, say, Judaism, is it was seen as a sign of piety for women to wear the veil. So what ended up happening is it got reversed, where men started wearing the prayer shawl as a sign of piety, and the women went, without a covering. So we do see that these symbols can get inverted at times, dependent upon changing cultures. So this is talking about respecting a local context and a local culture, to show that one is being obedient to God. Now, as I said, there are places where these cultures and things do apply, but in a lot of today's church, it doesn't. But the principle is still there, is that you are, as far as the order of a church goes, you want to order your church in such a way that it is seen that we are in obedience to God. The man to God, wife to the order of the family. So that's the general principle here, is you want to obey custom insofar as it shows that the church is in alignment with the righteousness of God himself. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps explain this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. John Febeck for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Moses wrote the stories of the Pentateuch found in Genesis? Would these have been a complete oral tradition or a compilation of many? The first one is easier to answer. My thought on this is that most of the stories of the patriarch were recorded by Moses. Okay. They might have been oral. I mean, they almost certainly were oral in some respect. But it's ultimately Moses that writes them down. So, was it a complete oral tradition or a compilation of many? That one's a more difficult question to answer because we have very little writing from the period. So that period between, say, the patriarchs, what survived in Goshen, to what happened at Sinai, we have very little writing from that period. It just, preservation at Goshen was not good. It's very poor preservation at Goshen. So we're not sure what was preserved and what was written down. So it's possible that it is a complete oral tradition. It's also possible that it is a partial oral tradition, or that they had documents that they carried with them as they wrote their histories at Goshen. Possible too. But it's very different. It's very difficult to say for sure. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, now we're on to the one with Tyler Lott. Here. Tyler Not Lot for $1.99. Give me a moment to find it. $10.18. Almost there here. Okay, found it. And he asks, is it true that the Egyptians were sun gazing? If so, why? What does it mean to sun gaze? I think you probably means sun worshipping. I don't think he means stare up in the sun. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you mean by this. I think you mean sun worshipping. But yeah. Yeah, they did really worship the sun as a god. They did think that the solar disk was the sun god Re. The disk itself was called the Aten. Even before it became a god of its own under, say, Amarna period kings, the Aten was recognized as a god unto itself, and it was called the sun disk or the Aten. So, Egyptians definitely worship the sun. Why did they do it? Because the sun was powerful. You know, you don't have to be an astronomer to know how powerful the sun is. The sun brings life. Without the sun, plants die. The sun can keep you warm. Without the sun, everything stops. The sun can kill you from overheat. I used to say this to my students, is sun worship is not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. The sun is the most powerful object in 4 light years around us. Okay? It is more powerful than Jupiter. It's more powerful than Saturn. It is the surface of the sun releases as much power as 1 trillion atom bombs a second. It can, I mean, it is the most powerful object in 1 trillion miles. Okay? The only thing is, it's too small a concept of God. But it's not unreasonable. Sun worship is not unreasonable. It's just too small. But that's why they worship the sun. Because the sun was powerful. And they recognized that it had power. Power of heat, power of light, power of food, power to kill. So yeah. Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable. Just too small thinking. BC atheist, I will demand God answer to me. Jan Alkovic, and the sun does not care about your faith. Nope, not a bit. Not one bit. Yeah, and the sun's not a person. BC, try standing on the sun first, buddy. Yeah, that ain't gonna last long. Tim Miar, actually, the sun is more powerful than the Alpha Centauri star system. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I think the Alpha Centauri, aren't those dwarf stars? So, yeah, it would be. Yeah, so, I mean, it's the most powerful object for light years around. So, it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable that people worship the sun. But as I said, it's just too small. Okay. Well, that's a nice way of saying it. And Alexa puts it here really, really nicely. We can't handle being close to the sun. Imagine being near God. Blown away for sure. Oh, yeah. This brings up a very interesting idea, too, which is the whole idea of God's essence versus his energy. The whole that God has an essence but radiates energy that is his holiness. We think of the sun putting off power and light and all that, and energy and radiation and all this, and it has effects. Well, the energy of God also has effects. His holiness can affect things. And, in the life to come, with the new bodies that we're going to be given, how we react to that holiness, that holy energy, could either be perceived as pleasure or pain, depending on where we are positionally with Christ. So yeah, we can't handle being close to the sun. There's going to be a trauma of holiness for those who, aren't on the right side of the amnesty with God. All right, at almost 1 o'clock here, so we're going to try to buzz through the rest of this here. Vermin the Trash Rat here, actually, are at the end of super chats. So I think that one came in late. That one came in late. So I wouldn't guarantee it. So we're going to It is 1 o'clock already, so we'll give a very quick answer to this, just because we're really nice people. Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Fact about John the Baptist that's often overlooked. He was a Nazarite. Okay? He was a Nazarite. He had taken the Nazarite's vow. Just like Samson. Unlike Samson, he kept the vow. Okay? So, this is what he understand the Nazarite lifestyle. He never touched anything ritually unclean. He didn't touch corpses. He wasn't made ritually impure through eating tainted honey. He did not eat of the fruit of the vine. So, no grapes, no raisins, no wine. So that's something that very few people realize is he never ate raisins. He never ate grapes. Because he was a Nazarite. He never cut his hair. Because he was a Nazarite. So, that's the three sort of criteria of being a Nazarite. Your vow compels you as a Nazarite to don't cut your hair, don't eat of the fruit of the vine, and maintain ritual purity. Alexis, no grapes. I could never. Yeah, grapes are pretty tasty, I'll admit. I mean, okay, I get that. I mean, I get that. Grapes are... They're some of the tastiest fruit. I really like grapes, unfortunately. Doesn't do good things for my blood sugar, but hey, I can't deny that they're tasty stuff. But they are definitely not allowed if you're a Nazarite. Or on keto. Okay. No sultanas? No. Not if you're Nazarite. Sorry. Grape tastes good. Grape flavored products are always terrible. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they aren't. The Japanese made there was a Japanese soda called 5-Star Brand. It was really different. It was a soda in a small can, which had whole peeled grapes in them. It was one of the most tastiest grape sodas I'd ever had. Yeah, it did not taste like grape soda. It was delicious. Yeah, it did not taste like chemicals. 5-Star Brand is such a Japanese name. Yeah, well. It might have even been a Chinese brand. I don't even know if it was a Japanese or Chinese brand. I don't remember which 5-Star brand is, but banana flavor is always rubbish. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Banana flavor is always rubbish. I will agree with you on that.
Banana chips are...
Yeah, but banana chips are not artificial. Yeah, they're dehydrated banana. Yeah. Yeah, some of those are I wouldn't but I think probably the worst is the melon drinks. I mean, Chinese melon drinks are disgusting. I don't know how people drink that stuff. AT Ministry says, Alexis, to be fair, the Japanese are great at making any flavor of food. Matcha Kit Kats to die for. Yes, I will agree there. The matcha Kit Kats are delicious. I've had them. They are really good. I will definitely agree that the matcha Kit Kats are yummo. They've got flavors of Kit Kats that you can't get here in North America. They also had a strawberry Kit Kat that was really good too. The strawberry Kit Kat, it was a strawberry white chocolate Kit Kat that was really excellent. They got like a dozen different brands of Kit Kats that you just can't get. They got the matcha, the strawberry white chocolate. They had a caramel one. The caramel flavor one was also really good. Yes, indeed. Uh, you know, Japanese candy is delicious. Um, they're gummies. The gummies are really good. So, yeah, there's a lot of really good flavored food, candies from Japan. The jellies are also good. Timiara says, I think whoever made the artificial banana flavor either hated bananas or through sheer laziness didn't bother to refine it. AT Ministry says, my sister went to Japan, brought back a bunch of flavored candies like and Kit Kats. We had a blast trying them. Strawberry was good, but matcha is officially my favorite. Yeah, the matcha is really good. I will agree. But the strawberry one was also really good too. So yeah, that was we get because I live in Vancouver here, that we get a lot of Japanese imports. So I do have access to them here. So anyway, we're probably going to wrap up shortly. So let's see here. I think that's good. Yeah, the bunny's starting to demand her cookie and her treats. Okay, so it is 1 o'clock. We are going to call it a night here. After talking about Kit Kats, now I'm hungry. Thank you very much, guys. So that is going to wrap up our live stream for tonight. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. So again, great questions as usual. We want to thank those who supported the channel through their super chats and through the donations. We really, really appreciate it. You help us to keep doing this full time, and we so appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership subscribers, especially those who've been paying for them. Thank you so very much. You help us to also keep the lights on, pay the internet bill, and to run the and replace the equipment when it breaks, which it does from time to time. Also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch the videos, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who share URLs of our videos on other social media channels, because you guys help get the word out to new audiences. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. So appreciate you being here with us. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.